All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast episode. What is this? 118? 118, yeah, that's correct. Thank you guys so much for being here with me and waiting patiently. Hope everybody is doing well today. Hope your day is going well. Hope you're staying hydrated. It's very hot out. It's extremely hot outside. Heat waves and all, so yeah, I hope everybody's staying hydrated, staying cool, staying in the shade, maybe staying indoors with the air conditioning. But yeah, thank you guys so much for, as always, waiting patiently for the podcast to start. Man, is it just me or has it been very, 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 I don't know. I don't know if quiet is the right word to use, because I feel like it's not necessarily been quiet, but man, there's just hasn't been a lot going on, in video games right now. Saying MBG, if you lost weight, must be hitting the gym hard. Actually, it's probably because I shaved. If you guys are saying, I don't know, if you're talking about my face, it's probably because I shaved. Maybe you guys didn't notice. I still have like stubble, but it's not. If it's not that, then if you're talking about from my shoulders or my neck down, I don't know. Maybe I am losing a little bit of weight. I'm trying. I've been trying and failing to do a little bit of intermittent fasting, but also trying to balance out, building some muscle as well. It's a difficult thing to do. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the gaming industry, it's just been quiet, saying, nah, you look thin. Yeah, well, I mean, I might be losing some weight. I have to weigh myself. I don't know. I don't know if I've been losing weight or gaining weight. I don't think I've been gaining much weight. I'm like kind of a hard gainer. I've never really gained like a significant amount of weight. Luckily, I'm grateful for that in my life. I've always had a really good metabolism, could kind of just eat what I want, and in fact, like to actually build muscle and gain weight, it requires like a ton of effort. You see here. Okay, so we have right off the bat, we got Axis Hawk, member for 2 months. Thank you, my friend. You're saying, hope all of you are having a great day today. MBG, what song do you use during the intro of your streams? Plus, anybody see how Dreamcast guy raged? I've seen some people talking about that. I haven't seen it personally. But the song that I use, it's actually, I don't know if it could be called a song, but it's actually the what's it called? The login screen. There we go. It's the login screen for the PS5 actually. So, if you were wondering what it is, that's all it is. It's the login screen for the PS5. I think it sounds really good. It's really peaceful. So thank you for that, Axis Hawk. We have Sir Speaks a Lot saying, ladies and gentle nukes, welcome to the first weekly Rate an Ass podcast. Send your booty pics to MBG's Twitter, and he will rate them like he promised. I did not promise that. I'm pretty sure I didn't promise that. If memory serves, I'm pretty sure I didn't promise that. Scatrick says, where in the world is Hassan Karaman? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I occasionally would use some Metal Gear Solid music. For now, I'm just sticking with the login for the PS5, though. I really like how peaceful it sounds. I think it's just kind of, I don't know that it like necessarily sets the tone, but I feel like it's just nice, kind of get people in a calm state of mind before we start the podcast, because because who knows what crazy stuff might happen over the course of a podcast episode and what crazy things might be said and how heated things might get. So, all right. So let's, I'm just looking at the chat right now. So a couple things before we get into today's topics. The first thing is, as always, I want to say thank you to everybody who supports Press X Podcast. To everyone who, so you might see my camera shake just a little bit. When that happens, it's because I like bump into my desk sometimes, or I put my arms on the desk and I'm shaking the camera. I don't even realize. But first and foremost, I want to thank everybody for continuing to support the podcast here, to support what I do on the channel. July is usually a pretty rough month for gaming in general. I mean, coming off of June, there's usually a significant amount that happens in June, and then things just really kind of fall off in July. And so, the support that you guys show during the streams, the podcasts, and just, watching the videos, it's imperative at a time like this. So I definitely want to extend a big thank you. Ways you can help support me and my channel and the content that I produce here, as you know, simply watching it, watching some ads, liking the content. That stuff helps, get the content for free. If you want to go above and beyond, you can donate a super chat. I always say those of you who donate super chats each week during the podcast, absolutely the backbone of the podcast and of the channel. And you can also become a channel member as well. And I really am grateful for all my channel members, those of you who choose to support me on a monthly basis. So thank you for that. I see somebody asking, how do you get over gaming burnout? I don't know, man. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder about that myself. I do wonder, like, it's hard to tell. Like, I can't tell if I'm experiencing gaming burnout right now, or if it's more along the lines of there's really just not a lot going on in gaming right now. I mean, if you go on the PlayStation Store, right? At least on the PS5, it'll show you all the games that are coming out later this year. But if you want to look at what's coming out soon, I mean, there's nothing, man. There's nothing. And it's not to say that there isn't anything to play. I'm still playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm going to talk about that. I actually didn't beat it yet, and I'm shocked. So I'm going to talk more about where I'm at in Final Fantasy VII Remake. But to give you guys a quick rundown, saying start your backlog. Yeah, that's why I'm starting to think I might be in a little bit of a burnout, because when I start to think that, well, there are quite a few games that I haven't played that I could, I just feel like I'm lacking the motivation to want to play them. And it just kind of sucks, That's why I think I'm just taking my time with Final Fantasy VII Remake, because I don't know if it's just the time of year. I don't know if it's, I don't know. I really don't know what it is, but I'm feeling a little bit of burnout. And, it could also be just the nature of what I do here on YouTube. It could be, I talk video games, not 24/7, but I talk about video games, I mean, every single day, like literally every single day with like no breaks. And I'm beginning to think that maybe that has kind of potentially played a part in it. But then again, I also think to myself, if Sony were to drop like a new gameplay trailer or something for God of War tomorrow, or if Sony were to be like, hey, we're having a showcase coming up, like, I'm going to be over the moon excited at that point. I'm not going to feel like, oh man, I don't know, I'm just not into it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It just could be. I feel like it might be a mix of the two. It might be the fact that things are a little bit slower right now, and I'm also just feeling a little bit tired right now. And because of that, those two things kind of come together, and it just, it makes the motivation levels go down a little bit, So But that's not to say that I'm not enjoying what I'm playing right now. I am enjoying Final Fantasy VII Remake. And, I'm kind of at a point where I guess maybe I'm playing it a little bit less and less now because I know I'm getting close to the end and I kind of don't want it to end. I just want to be able to still say I'm still enjoying it my first playthrough, because once you finish your first playthrough, that's it. You experience the game. You can go back and experience it again, of course, but it won't necessarily be the same. So, but anyway, I want to give you guys a quick rundown of some of the topics we're going to discuss today. One of the things that I thought would make for a good discussion, especially considering how quiet things are right now and how slow they've been, is kind of doing a mid-year review for PlayStation and kind of looking at what Sony does, or has done, I should say, so far between, January and where we are now and closer towards the end of July, and just kind of, give my thoughts on whether or not they're in a good position, they're in a good spot. Have they done a good job? Could they do better? Where are we at? Where are we at right now with PlayStation? The end of the third week. I think it's the end of the third week of July of 2022. So we'll talk about that. Obviously, we're going to talk more about The Last of Us Part 1. Whether we like it or not, and believe it or not, I don't like it. I think that's something that people sometimes don't understand entirely, and I get it. I can't expect everybody to fully understand, but whether we like it or not, this was like the biggest thing that happened for PlayStation this week, and I don't like the negativity, and that's what sucks, I think, about the conversation. But at the same time, I've been doing this long enough. I've been covering PlayStation long enough, and I've been doing this long enough to know that this is just sometimes how it is, and I'm a human being. I'm going to have my thoughts. I'm going to have my opinions, and I'm fortunate enough to have a platform to express that. And so when we're not going to talk about The Last of Us Part 1 right away. Maybe we can. I don't know. I'll figure out what we're going to talk about first. When we talk about that, my goal is to not have a completely toxic conversation. And I think that's the thing that sucks about it the most. It's not, at this point, I don't think it's even necessarily the game itself. I don't even think it's the discourse between the price point. I really think it's just, specifically with Naughty Dog and specifically with The Last of Us, I don't know, ever since The Last of Us 2 came out, something has just changed. And it's very weird to kind of watch. And believe me, I've been watching, and it gets kind of weird, and I don't know why. But my hope is that we will be able to have a relatively decent conversation, a fair conversation. B Flesh, you're saying, have you seen the dislikes, MBG? I mean, anytime, I'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. I definitely have some more things to say about The Last of Us Part 1. I have things to say about the game itself, and then I have things to say about the conversation surrounding the game. Let me see. Nathan Drake, you're saying maybe a format change could benefit, maybe bringing in streaming to the format and making it your job essentially could cut out the lack of motivation. Yeah, I've thought about that, and that's what makes it so weird, because it's like I could start streaming games more, and I've been thinking about doing it. And I know it sounds so crazy, but the first game I was really thinking about trying to stream in a more serious manner and maybe stream the whole thing, a whole playthrough, believe it or not, is The Last of Us Part 1, because I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like that's a game that, hold on, Leia, I'm sorry, there's just not enough room up here for you to come up here, okay? You got the whole bed behind you. So, I mean, I don't know why I'm even talking to her like this. She's going to try to jump up here anyway. Because she just came over and meowed at me. She probably wants me to talk about Stray. Don't worry, Leia. We're going to talk about Stray. We'll talk about it, all right? Okay, now she wants to come up. But yeah, believe it or not, the first game I was thinking about streaming in a more serious manner was The Last of Us Part 1, because regardless of my personal feelings on the matter, I do feel that that is a game that could benefit the channel, and a game that my audience would probably want to watch. Even people who I think are not on board with the game, I think even they would be interested in it to just kind of see it, for what it is. So that's something I would consider. All right, she wanted to jump up, but then she just went away. So there I go again, slamming my desk. But yeah, I don't know that. I feel like sometimes I do spontaneously change the format on the channel, and now she's back again. What is it? Every time I push my chair in, she comes back. I do change the format of my channel a little bit here and there, spontaneously, and I want to find like a better schedule. Like I was thinking about in the future having a schedule where I'm gonna have certain days. There she goes, allocated to news videos, and then certain days allocated to streams potentially, and then continue to do, the podcast on a weekly basis, something like that. But we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. Axis Hawk, you're saying, never knew that since I connect headphones. Okay. I'm not sure what you're referring to exactly. Maybe you can elaborate on that. Okay, so some other topics we're going to discuss today. I told you guys I will give you my update on Final Fantasy VII Remake. I also want to talk about what Square Enix is doing with NFTs, because I've seen a lot of people talking about that. People are not happy. I also want to talk about Stray. We're going to talk about that. I want to talk a little bit about Ubisoft at some point today, because I don't know what the hell is going on with Ubisoft, but the shit seems to be hitting the fan. Oh, okay. You're saying MBG to log in PS5 music. Okay, yeah, of course. But yeah, that's the thing. I'm MBG, time to make some documentaries. Yeah, I want to talk about Ubisoft because there's a couple interesting things going on with Ubisoft. Apparently, Skull and Bones, we have developers coming out saying that, yeah, this game's not going to be very good, which is like, okay, it's not a good thing to be talking about. The other thing is Ubisoft has canceled a bunch of games. Ubisoft is delaying games, and apparently Ubisoft is getting ready to shut down and cancel their latest live service game, which is like a roller derby game, and it's literally only been out for a couple of months. And I have some thoughts on that, because I think that what we are beginning to witness within the gaming industry is, something that could ruin it, could absolutely ruin the gaming industry in terms of like the quality. We could be entering a phase of the gaming industry, and it might not be a phase, unfortunately, where video game publishers are preoccupied and concerned with throwing as much shit at the wall as they can to get that next big hit single. You know what I mean? I kind of think of the music industry a little bit, where it's like, fuck the quality, fuck the art behind it. We just want that hit single, and we'll just keep kind of, we will just run through artists, and we will mold them, and we will literally just create a soulless, empty, barren machine that just follows a specific formula to squeeze out the most generic bullshit for the sake of profitability. And anything that, once made it great, any passion, any type of soul, any type of life, any type of anything good that was behind it, will be eradicated and snuffed out. And yeah, it's getting ridiculous. And I look at what Ubisoft is doing, how they're chasing live service, and I look at them canceling their new live service game that's been out for like literally 2 or 3 months. And I think about, I think about the fact that Sony is getting ready to do that same thing, man. And Sony is very different from Ubisoft. That's a fact. I don't want to make it sound like, Ubisoft is comparable to Sony, but we're going to see Sony kind of dive into that live service territory, and yeah, so I'm going to talk about that. Let me see what other topics so. Okay, there's a really bizarre fucking topic that I gotta say I didn't think this was something that we would ever talk about, but I came across something. I think my cats are starting to fight, guys. Maybe they'll move over to the bed and start fighting. If they do, I'll let you witness it for the first time. But Space Gambler Jr. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. You gifted 2 MBG memberships. Awesome, buddy. That is the first time I've ever seen that. So we got Space Gambler Jr., the first one to ever gift some memberships for the channel. Thank you, man. Really appreciate that. Let me see here. Who did you gift? Yeah, that's really cool. I've never seen that before. I like that. Appreciate it, bud. The Caped Crusader, member for 17 months, greatness awaits. You're saying outrage for The Last of Us remake is more of people hating Naughty Dog and what they stand for than the game itself. Let's be real, $70 is crazy, though. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, dude, the conversation surrounding Naughty Dog has just been altered. It's been mangled. It's fucked, simply put. But we'll talk all about that. Yeah, even putting the price point aside. But when it comes to talking about this GameStop thing, so GameStop, in a desperate attempt to survive, they are getting into the NFT game. They've been getting into the NFT game, and they are selling an NFT that is fucking appalling. And when I think this might be the first topic I just talk about because it's just so fucking crazy. Like, I literally couldn't. I'm like, there's no way this is real, and it really goes to show that NFTs are a fucking joke, dude. They're a disgusting fucking joke. And after I saw this shit, it really made me just completely. I used to try to be a little bit open-minded about NFTs and a little bit like, oh well, maybe. But after seeing this, I'm like, fuck this shit, man. Like, I couldn't believe it. So I'm gonna talk to you guys real quick about what I mean. Let me and I'm probably gonna I don't know. I'm in an irritable mood today, guys. I'm gonna be honest. I'm feeling a little bit irritable today for some reason. So if I swear a little bit more than normal or rant a little bit, I mean, you guys will probably like it. To you, I think you guys are probably like, let's go. So you might enjoy it. But let me read these super chats, and then I'm gonna read about this GameStop NFT. It's I know I'm saying it wrong. I want to say it's Jacoby, but I'm pretty sure it's GC Kobe. Sorry, man. I'm sorry. Probably a dumb question, but is the Factions Last of Us game going to be free? I'm pretty sure it won't, but I'm curious to see how Sony's going to make money. Well, look, the truth is we don't know yet for sure. I see somebody in the chat saying, yes, irritable MBG is the best MBG. Dude, I don't know. I just feel like shit today, to be honest. Like, I don't know why. I've been not eating the best lately, so maybe that's why. But anyway, when it comes to The Last of Us Factions, dude, it being free, I'll tell you this. We don't know yet for sure. We don't know if The Last of Us Factions is going to be free. What we do know is it's a AAA massive multiplayer game from Naughty Dog. But what we also know is that it's a live service. So I'm going to tell you, I think it's going to be free to play. I mean, Do we really look when you listen to Jim Ryan talk about Sony? When you listen to Jim Ryan talk about, my cat's already asking to get out of the bedroom. I swear these cats are they're gonna be the death of me. When you listen to Jim Ryan talk about making these live service games, Jim Ryan says subscription services to us are not the future. Live service games are. I just don't see a world in which Sony believes they're going to release a game that's a live service that... Joshua Reese, you're saying, have you been lifting, MBG? What makes you ask that? I'm curious. What makes you ask if I've been lifting? Please tell me. Joshua, I'm curious. But I don't see a world in which Sony believes that we're going to, oh my God, no, I did it again. Son of a bitch. Now I'm even more irritable. I'm actually pissed off now, guys. I'm pissed off. I'm sorry. I know I'm starting to go all over the place. I'm pissed off right now because I just realized I made the same exact mistake again. I made it again. I have the latency set to normal and not ultra low. And I'm sitting here and I'm noticing that people are really delayed in their response to what I'm saying. And I'm like, why? Now, dude, that really just, oh my God, that really just fucking, I'm not saying it ruined my day, but oh my God, how did I do it again? Because here's the thing, from my perspective, it changes the flow of my podcast, and it drives me nuts. Yeah, I'm like a good minute and a half ahead of you guys, and son of a God. Oh, I can't. I'm too deep into the podcast to restart it. They don't let you change it in the middle of a stream. I see somebody saying, "Bro, it's not that deep." I know. I'll get over it. It's because it truly does change the flow of the podcast for me, and believe it or not, it does have an effect on the viewership as well, in a way that maybe is more subtle and you guys don't notice, but it is what it is. I'll just do my best. I'll just have to keep in mind that everything I'm saying is going to be about a minute and a half delayed for you guys. So I'm not going to restart the stream. It'll kill it. It'll kill any momentum this podcast has. That's the reality. But I will make damn sure I'm going to write a note. I'm going to write it right now because I'm not having this happen again. I knew something was off today. I'm going to put it right at the top here. Ultra low latency mode. Don't forget. There we go. Okay. I have it right in my notes, so there's no way I'll forget it next week. But we'll just have to deal with it, guys. It is what it is. So I'm just going to keep it going here. But sorry, to get back to the super chat, I think Sony would be crazy to think that you're ever going to release a live service game that's going to be as successful as Fortnite, that's going to be as successful as, Apex Legends or Warzone and charge money for it, let alone $70. And that's the thing. People are convinced that Sony's going to charge. I see a lot of people telling me to just restart the stream. Look, guys, I know I just freaked out. It is what it is. I've already accepted this is the stream. And that's just how it's going to be. It's okay. It's okay. Like, I'll still see what you guys say. There's just a little bit of latency. That's all. All right. We'll make it work. We made it work last week. We'll make it work this week. This will be the last time we ever have to deal with it. Maybe I should have just not even mentioned anything. Well, you don't know can't hurt you, right? But that's the thing, man, is if you look at all of the major successful live service games, the only one that I can think of that's tremendously successful that still has a barrier of entry, but it's really low, is GTA Online. I know GTA, if I'm not mistaken, GTA Online is, what the hell are you doing over there? Are not, it's not free. So I'm not saying every single live service game is going to be free, but I think the ones that Sony really is hoping will be like, this is going to be the one that does it. I think those ones will be free. Christopher, you're saying, when are you going to start streaming? You beat Final Fantasy VII yet? As I was saying, I might kick off my game streams maybe with The Last of Us. I think that could benefit the channel. And everybody's familiar with that game. I think it'd be just a good, nice, easy first major stream game, if that makes sense. And no, I have not beaten Final Fantasy yet. I'm on chapter 17, so I must be pretty close. I feel like I have to be. I see somebody asking if I finished Elden Ring. I did, yeah. I did. William Aguilar is saying, PlayStation is buying at least one publisher. See my Twitter infographics. Yes, I have seen your infographics, William. They're very good. You're saying, if I had to put my money on it, I think PlayStation will buy Square Enix, Kadokawa, and Ubisoft. I don't know, man. I'm going to be honest. I still don't feel convinced. I still don't feel convinced that Sony's going to buy a publisher. I mean, then again, I made a video yesterday where Sony made a new hire for their legal team for acquisitions and mergers, and to me, it did make it kind of seem like, what if they... I feel like Square Enix would make the most sense. I really do, just because we see Sony and Square Enix integrating so well, especially with Final Fantasy, and that's Square Enix's biggest property. I could see that happening, but I don't know, man. Bungie was a very unexpected acquisition, and so if there's one thing that Bungie made me realize is that we can, to a degree, expect the unexpected with Sony. We don't know what their full end game strategy is. Truthfully, we don't. We have an idea. We have some things that can point us in certain directions, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, if live service is Sony's end game strategy, if that's what we think it is, then I think a lot of the purchases we're going to see going forward might be to benefit that more than anything. Which I know, again, people might not want to hear that, but it's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's GC Kobe. Again, I have so, I don't know why I keep thinking I mess your name up. It doesn't matter. You're saying stick a note on your forehead. That would make my day. I think maybe I'll do that if I can find a Post-it note somewhere. I'll just stick it right on my forehead when I start the stream. Actually, that wouldn't make sense, because if I had the note on my head, it would only be funny if I stuck the note on my head and still made it normal latency. Axis Hawk, you're saying, really scared about the factions due to the game as a service thing. I don't think you should be scared, man. I don't. I know a lot of people are scared, and the reason why I don't think you should be scared is because it being a game as a service is the natural direction for not Sony to go in. I don't want to make it sound like that. What I mean is, if you think about multiplayer gaming in 2022, if you think about AAA multiplayer gaming, live service is the way to go. You know, it is the way to go, because it's your greatest chance for success. You could also argue, though, it could be your greatest chance for failure rather than just selling a game. But I don't. You're saying MBG, but look at how GT7 went. Well, okay, I get if you're saying it depends on what you're worried about. If you're saying you're worried about the monetization, if you're worried about, you know, like them just dropping the ball and screwing it up, I mean, yeah, that's a real possibility, man. And I do think that there is good reason to be worried about that. But I just mean, like, I'm not worried about the quality of the game. Like, I'm not worried that when they show it off, I don't think I'm going to be like, oh my God, this sucks. Or like, oh man, that looks so disappointing. No, I'm fully anticipating it'll be the opposite. I fully anticipate to be kind of blown away by what we see with The Last of Us multiplayer game, especially for how long it's been in development. I mean, let's not forget, Naughty Dog said that this game is going to be as big as any other new AAA game that they would make. It's getting as much attention and as much effort as Uncharted 4, as The Last of Us, as The Last of Us Part 2. And when you look at the quality of those games, I mean, just objectively speaking, there's a lot that goes into it. And they're like big scale games. So, if that's true that they're doing that, then I think we can expect a very good game. And that's the thing, man, is I think it's going to get a lot of hate. It's weird. Like, this is why I get depressed about the conversation around Naughty Dog, because I feel like, dude, you are going to see people come out and shit on Naughty Dog for actually no reason other than, what? You're not making a single player game, and people are going to shit on them for that. And I feel like that's where it's like, Naughty Dog is, somebody, let me tell you this real quick. On my Twitter yesterday, I put out a tweet where I said I'm really looking forward to seeing The Last of Us online, like this multiplayer game. Like, I was saying, what does a AAA multiplayer-only Naughty Dog game look like? I'm really interested in seeing it. And, somebody responded by saying, you just criticized them, but now you're excited for this game. And I had to explain to this person that, yeah, like, that can exist, man. Like, Naughty Dog is not working on just one thing. And The Last of Us is a growing IP. The Last of Us is going into different directions, So it's like, yeah, I can have my own personal critiques of a game like The Last of Us Part 1 and still be very excited for The Last of Us multiplayer. I've tried explaining to people that the thing that excites me about The Last of Us multiplayer is it's different. It's not a remake. It's not a sequel. It's actually something different. Yes, it's in the world of The Last of Us, but we're going to see something that we've never seen before from Naughty Dog. And that, to me, is an exciting prospect. Hold on. So, that's why I don't necessarily share the same fear as other people. Like, I think what we're seeing right now with The Last of Us Part 1, that is to be feared to a degree. Not entirely. Like, I'm not trying to fearmonger and say you should be shaking in your boots. No, I'm just saying, like, I'm not too worried about The Last of Us Part 1 because I know Naughty Dog is working on a standalone multiplayer game and a new game outside of that. That's why I'm not worried about it. But I do feel like, if you look at some of the fear that people try to bring up, where it's like, oh, I fear live service and I fear The Last of Us multiplayer, but it's like, I mean, I don't know. What would we rather have if we had to choose? Would you rather just have another remake? Would you rather have another remaster? Would you rather have a multiplayer game, or would you rather have a brand new game? Here's the great part. We're actually getting everything, believe it or not. That's why I'm not that worried about Naughty Dog ultimately as a studio, because they're putting out The Last of Us Part 1. It's a remake, so we got the remake. But then they're also putting out the multiplayer game. So we got a multiplayer game from them. The third thing is, I think people do forget that Neil Druckmann did confirm they are working on a brand new game. Now, we don't know if it's a new IP, but he said it's a brand new game. It's not the multiplayer game, and it's not a remake. So they have pretty much all of the bases covered, and that's why I'm not really that concerned, because really, I think The Last of Us Part 1 is the slowest we're going to see Naughty Dog right now. and like the lowest in a way, if that makes sense, where it's like, this is, I think, the most unexciting it's going to be for Naughty Dog this generation. And that's fine. You know, not every studio can be popping off at all times. But I think after The Last of Us Part 1, when it comes to Naughty Dog, things just get rapidly more exciting after that. And I think that's, you know, that is maybe part of the criticism with The Last of Us Part 1 is I think there is a general sense of frustration. Truly. Like, look, I feel like I'm going to speak to everybody who's listening right now. To those of you who are excited about The Last of Us Part 1, I'm going to speak directly to you because I feel like you could, even you could agree with what I'm about to say. For as excited as you are about The Last of Us Part 1, and I think that there are valid reasons to be excited, right? Like, it's a great game. It always will be. People are excited about how much better it looks. They're excited to experience it again. Some people are excited to experience it for the first time. But surely you can agree with me when I say that there is just some general frustration that Naughty Dog isn't releasing a new game of some kind. You know? That the last game we got from Naughty Dog was in 2020, and it was The Last of Us Part 2, and people were hoping that the next thing we saw from them was something new. And I think it's understandable where it's like, well, they need more time, and that's cool. And this is just something to kind of help them get familiar with the PS5 hardware. That's fine. That's fine, right? But I think that's like a valid critique that some people have, where it's like, oh, you know, I was hoping to see something new. But it takes time, and that's the reality of modern day AAA game development, and I think that may be where we're struggling a little bit here. But I wouldn't be too worried about it, man. I would say just be in the middle. You know, don't worry about it unnecessarily. We'll see how they handle it, and we'll see what happens. KD, you're saying, what about the whole shirtless Kratos body paint Road to Ragnarok stream where you play the original trilogy? Is that still happening? So, yeah, it kind of dawned on me, man. Like, I really just didn't put it together that, well, first of all, I already told you, KD. I already told you, I'm not putting body paint on. I'm not doing that. I'm not going that far. But it kind of dawned on me that if I want to do that, if I want to do this Road to Ragnarok stream with the original games, I would have to stream a stream. I would have to stream God of War 1 through 3 through my PS5 and then stream the game to you guys. And I was thinking about maybe rather than doing that, maybe I would just play the game on my own terms, on my own time, because I'm actually a little bit worried about what the experience is going to be like, because I don't like to stream games, and I'm a little bit nervous because I know that God of War is a very combat heavy game, and I'm probably going to have to play it with a little bit of lag, and I'm hoping it doesn't ruin my experience. So I was thinking about maybe just playing it on my own time and then basically doing a discussion with you guys about what I think of it, what I thought of it, because I really don't know about streaming a stream. Like, I don't see that going well, you know? And, you know, I'm nervous to try out PS3 streaming, because if it sucks, like if I notice the lag and I'm like, this is just terrible, I'm probably not going to play it. I'm probably just going to watch it on YouTube at that point, you know? So I don't want to start a stream and be like, bro, this sucks. Like, I'm not enjoying this, and then disappoint everybody. But I think it will be like, I can absolutely stream God of War 2018 because I can do that natively, you know? So the Road to Ragnarok thing isn't necessarily something I'm not doing, but I might just have to alter how it's going to be done. Thanks for asking, Katie. BG UK, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Reyes, you're saying Sony should go for Konami. Their IPs are worth it. I've been saying that for a long time, man. It's sad to see what Konami's doing with their IPs, you know? They're not utilizing them or leveraging them at all. And it's sad. MBG, your cats are facing off a bit like Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, you guys can see Boss in the background. I'm waiting for Leia to hop up on the bed too. You know, I'm telling you, they must get camera shy because when I'm in here and I'm like gaming alone and they're in here with me, they're fighting like every 5 minutes. I have to yell at them to stop because they get too crazy. But it's like, you know, all right, come on, Leia, go fight boss. Come on, people want to see the cat battle. What's that, Leia? We need $200 more in super chats before you do a cat battle. This is going to turn into a fighting ring or something. Let's see if Leia joins boss up there. It'll be fun. Hopefully they do. Was she up there before? I didn't notice. I feel like half of my streams these days are becoming my cats. It's just like MBG's cat stream. All right, let's see. Matthew Francis, member for 8 months. Greatness awaits. I appreciate the support, buddy. You're saying the direction of The Last of Us Part 1 is no surprise. They put all the Part 2 tech that fit, but Prone would need a big level design change or require changes. I'm glad they didn't. I actually do agree with you, man. Like that, I will say, like, the more I think about why they probably didn't make any major changes, it does make more sense why they didn't. Because I was thinking about that. I was like, what would the gameplay sections in The Last of Us Part 1 be like if you could go prone and like sneak around, right? If you could constantly dodge. And I did realize that actually it would probably break the game. And you're right, it would require, I guess, like a part of me, I was under the impression, and this is probably why I was more disappointed than I thought I would be. I was under the impression that when I saw the gameplay, that it wasn't going to be unrecognizable, but it was going to look like almost new. Like this is a new way to play The Last of Us 1. That's kind of what I thought. And when I saw it, and I was like, oh, like, okay, it looks just like it plays. It looks like it plays identical. Because that's the thing is, like, this is where the conversation gets nuanced. And I don't know if I want to dive that deep into it yet. Because what I was going to say is that I think where things get tough is, like, people, I think, mistake. You're saying you expected a soft reboot. Maybe. Like, the conversation, do you know why it gets toxic so fast? I'm going to tell you why it gets toxic so fast. It's because you have one person who says, oh my God, The Last of Us Part 1 is a piece of shit. Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog are pieces of shit. And they just want to fucking take all of our money and give us garbage. They did nothing. The developers are fucking lazy. One person says that, and then another person says, shut the fuck up. This game is amazing. Don't you dare shit on the developers like that. Don't you dare talk down to Naughty Dog like that. They worked hard on this game. The game looks amazing. They put a shit ton of effort into it. And so you got these two factions, these two sides battling, screaming at each other, saying the dumbest shit back and forth, and the people in the middle who are like being fair about it, like, oh, it looks really good, and oh, the developers clearly put a lot of time and effort into it, but oh, I'm also a little bit disappointed that it's $70. That feels like a bit too much for me. Oh, I'm also maybe a little bit disappointed that there weren't some greater changes made to the gameplay. And then you have people on the other side, again, in the middle, where they're like, I think the game looks great. I'm actually really happy to experience it again. I don't mind paying $70. I'm looking forward to it. And like these two people in the middle, they have two different viewpoints. They can exist. Like they coexist in the middle where they shake hands and they say, you know what? Cool, man. You buy it, enjoy it. I'm not going to buy it. And we'll both just move on with our lives. And it was nice having this conversation, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like an okay conversation discussion, but you can't fucking have that with Naughty Dog. You can't have that with The Last of Us because there's too many fucking dipshits like me right now screaming. But really, you can't have it because everybody's busy looking to tear each other's heads off. You know? Like, I made a video where I said I think Sony messed up this time. It's because I do. Like, I do think that they maybe messed up deciding to charge $70. Does that mean I'm saying fuck Naughty Dog, fuck the developers, they're lazy assholes? I fucking literally said in my video, word for word, I said word for word, I'm sure the developers worked hard on this game and they put a shit ton of effort into it, but that doesn't necessarily equate to Sony's decision to charge $70 being fully justified. And I fucking hate being gaslit like this. I hate being gaslit by these dipshits on the internet because they're like, stop shit talking, stop covering leaks. These motherfuckers who shit on me because they're like, wow, MBG, you're an idiot for covering this leak. You're dumb for even entertaining it. Okay, yeah, but I fucking bet you my bottom dollar. I bet you that if I covered this leak and the leak wasn't saying something negative, if the leaker came out and said, "Oh my God, you guys are gonna be fucking blown away by the gameplay changes. People are gonna be pumped. Wait until you see." I fucking bet you my bottom dollar. These people would have been like, "Yes, let's go. Keep talking about that leak, baby. This is gonna be amazing." You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It becomes clear that you have two sides of extremists where you know what they both say? You know what they both have in common? You get people all the way on this side who say, hey, you know what? Fuck this game and everything about it. And then you get people on the other side that say, I love this game and everything about it. They both have one thing in common. They don't want to fucking hear anybody say anything that they don't agree with. And that's what makes me say, fuck this conversation, fuck you people, and fuck all this shit, because no one wants to hear. No one wants to hear something that they don't want to hear. Because God forbid somebody has a valid criticism, or God forbid somebody may actually enjoy The Last of Us Part 1. No, we can't have that. We can't tolerate that. You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And the same thing happened with The Last of Us Part 2, and it's a fucking joke. People are allowed to enjoy games. People are allowed to not enjoy games. But more importantly, people are fucking allowed to talk about both. So the only people that truly need to fuck off are the ones who walk into the room and tell people to shut the fuck up and that they're not allowed to have their own opinions or have conversations. Those are the people that need to go the fuck away and just not come back. Because they're, in my opinion, they're the assholes. Could you imagine if my podcast was censored? The whole thing would just be beep. I love how throughout my massive rant here, I'm swearing left, right, up, down, the center, and I'm practically screaming. My cat is just chill as fuck in the background. Oh my God, I love it, dude. I had to get that off my chest. I'm sorry. This is cathartic for me, man. I had to get it off my chest. I think my blood pressure's, I'm raising my blood pressure here, drinking coffee while ranting. That's because I know you guys see it. Like, I know you guys see it, right? It's just not cool, and it's unfair. I just don't think it's right for people to make it sound like if you have nothing good to say, then don't say anything at all. Like, no, that doesn't work. We're not in preschool. That's not how the real world works. And my cat really is getting upset. She wants to get out. Cat's judging you, I know. My cat's got a couple things to say. All right, come on. Leia, I'll let you out in a minute. Anyway, I know I'm flying off the handle here. And I know that, like, the reality is nothing I'm saying or ranting about, it's not going to change it. But it really does bother me. It really does bother me because I just feel like that's a big problem with not just gaming culture today, but society in general, but like it's already been a huge problem with society, and it's bleeding into gaming. And that's what I can't stand. Like, why is it such a terrible thing? Why is it such a terrible thing for people to just have some conversation, you know? Why is it such a terrible thing? And I'll tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. It's because, unfortunately, this is what people want. I hate to say it, but, you know, there's a reason why this shit is so prevalent and why it's, you know, there's a reason why it still exists. And it runs deep, man. That's what makes conversations like this so difficult, is if you really want to try to begin to understand why things are the way they are, it runs deep and it's not good. It's not good. You know, like, do you ever wonder why, like, you know, people are just so quick to just follow what other people are saying and be so easily influenced? Anyway, I'm not going to go down that road. I'm not. It's straying too far. All right, let me see. I just want to say, I love how that rant somehow came after I just read Matthew Francis's chat, just simply saying, "Hey man, this is probably why they didn't put prone in the game." And I'm like, let me tell you. Well, that wasn't directed towards you, Matthew. That was a generalized rant. But I just think it's funny. You never know. You never know what's gonna set me off. I never know. The Cape Crusader, you're saying Naughty Dog's reputation is clapped. They become so divisive. It's insane. So many people hate them now. The Last of Us 2 really wrecked their image. And that's what I think. I'm going to be honest. Like, even as somebody who doesn't like The Last of Us 2, I feel like that's unfair. But I'm going to be honest, dude. I got to say this too. Because I totally I glanced right over it. I got to say this. When I talk about I'm tired of being gaslit, that includes the fucking developers, dude. Like, developers have to get off fucking social media. They do. Because I saw this tidal wave of when they released the video, dude, they pushed so hard. They're like, it was so disappointing and so upsetting to see the leaks. All our hard work down the drain. Like, stop feeding into it, man. You guys are asking for it. Stop acknowledging it. You are fucking professional devs. We know you're working hard and you're getting paid a damn fucking good salary to do that work. And you're excited about your game. You love your game. I'm happy for you. That's great. Have pride in your work. But you are fucking acknowledging this shit. You are feeding it. And you're creating a fucking divisive narrative. That's what pisses me off, is the developers are doing this as well. They are feeding into it, and that's the last fucking thing they should be doing. It's one thing if I, a random fucking content creator, have something to say. It's one thing if another dude who's a big fan of The Last of Us has something to say. It's another thing entirely when the developers are attempting to fucking group their own fan base, a portion of their own fan base. That's what pisses me off the most. And that's why, you know, you're starting to see this war where, like, I've seen it already where it's like, PlayStation fanboys, right? Like, they're turning against their own kind. Like, this weird shit. It's like, no, what's happening is the developers are validating toxicity. You're saying the dude is on something. Dude, I'm not on anything, man. I swear I'm not. This is just coffee I'm drinking, I promise. But that's why I get so passionate about it, because it takes us so far away from what we should be focused on. I'm not saying the leak was okay. You know what I mean? And that's another problem, is like, somebody who's leaking this shit. I saw a comment where somebody was like, "Oh, we should be like applauding them. They're like doing activist work or whatever. Like, come on, that's taking it a bit too far. But what pissed me off more than anything is that the leak came out. And the biggest thing about the leak that people cared about wasn't the screenshots, wasn't the different modes you could play the game in, like the 4K, 30 FPS and whatnot. It was the fact that the leaker said, and he didn't, I want to make it clear, he didn't show bias. The leaker didn't show bias. He just said there are no major gameplay changes. That's all he fucking said. And people were upset. Not everybody, but people were upset because they're like, what do you mean? What do you mean no major gameplay changes? I thought it was going to play just like The Last of Us 2. And then the leaker clearly got irritated because nobody believed him. And everybody's like, I'm not going to fucking believe this leaker. I'm not going to believe them. You think Naughty Dog's lying to us? You think Sony's lying to us? Dude's just trying to ruin Naughty Dog. So the leaker put out raw footage and like, no, here you go. The gameplay is the same. It looks a lot better. And maybe, you know, there are some improvements to the AI. So it's not like there's literally nothing done. But this is where it was expectation. It's not that Naughty Dog lied. It's not that Sony lied. It's that what they conveyed created a different expectation that they weren't going to be able to meet. And the biggest, you know what the smartest thing I saw somebody say? They said that video that Naughty Dog just released, they should have made that the first video they put out on the remake because it would have answered everybody's question and it wouldn't have created it wouldn't have allowed a sense of false expectation to grow. And that's true. That is absolutely true. And so I'm seeing people coming out and they're attacking me and others who are like, that's what you get for believing a leak. You look like a clown. Like, I look like a fucking clown? The fucking leak was true, you dipshit. You see what I'm saying? It's like, what are you fucking smoking, bro? The leaker was dead on. Not a single thing he said was wrong. Naughty Dog literally confirmed it. Except here's the difference. Naughty Dog confirmed it in an exciting way. Naughty Dog did the thing that they're supposed to do, which is we're going to get you excited about the game and we're going to sell you on it. And that's fine. That's fine. That's how it should be. That's their fucking job. And that's why I'm not upset. The amount of people I've seen that are like, oh shit, dude, this looks pretty good. Because that video looked good. They presented their shit in the best way. And so I understand developers are upset because they want their stuff to be shown in the best possible light. I respect that. I feel for that. I sympathize with that. I understand it. But at the same time, if you are choosing to give attention at all to these leaks and acknowledge them at all, then they're going to keep happening. I'll tell you right now, if I was an employee at Naughty Dog, if I was working at Naughty Dog, I wouldn't say a goddamn word about these leaks. The only thing I would be saying is, you know what? Here's the new trailer for our game. And I'm proud of the work I did on it. I hope you enjoy. That's all I'd be saying. Because that's the thing. These fucking people that want to come out and say, there's only one thing you should be saying, MBG. And that is either buy the game or don't and move on. How come the developers can't even just say that? You see what I'm saying? It's called gaslighting people, and that's what they're fucking doing. So, there you go. I see somebody saying, MBG, just take the L and admit you jumped the gun on this one. Telling you, man, it goes right over. It just goes right over. I'm sorry, man, but like, what L? What if you can explain to me the L I'm supposed to take? I'll listen. But what L? I'm going to be real with you right now. I'm going to be totally real with you right now. There's only one entity There's only one entity in this situation that's taken an L, and that's Naughty Dog. And that's because they have a fucking leak problem. You want to talk about getting to the root of this? Whatever's going on, swigs more vodka. Whatever's going on at Naughty Dog, there is somebody there that hates them. Or maybe doesn't hate them, but sure as shit doesn't mind leaking things, knowing it's going to cause some problems. So if you want to talk about who's taking the real L, you know who the developers should be blaming? Not their audience for being interested in leaks. The developers should be pointing the finger at the fucking leaker and the leak problem they have, because that's the source of this issue. Because you know what? Here's the reality of the situation. I love how people are saying, no, MBG, it's you. You're the one who should be responsible and not cover these leaks. This is why I'm saying that doesn't hold up. That doesn't hold up when you're the same motherfucker that would be excited as shit if I had a video that said, amazing Last of Us leak that everybody's going to love. Great news. You see what I'm saying? It's all about what people want to hear. It's not about what's actually being said. It's about, are you saying what I want to hear? All right, I got to read some of these super chats, guys. I'm going to read them. And that's all I just want to say, is that if you want to point the finger at anything, point the finger at the leaker and the fact that Naughty Dog seemingly, because I just want to say this too, you don't see this happening at other Sony studios, do you? No, you don't. It just seems to be exclusively Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog needs to get their shit together. They need to tighten that up. And they need to figure out how to stop these leaks, because this is fucking crazy. That's the root of the problem. I think it's utterly ridiculous that people are trying to have this mentality. It's like, well, when things leak, you have to just not acknowledge it. Sure, maybe if I was a developer, maybe if I had to be a true professional because it's my fucking job that I get a salary for, sure, maybe. But this idea that the gaming community is supposed to collectively turn their heads and say, we shun this. Not gonna happen. Never gonna happen. It's crazy to me. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm really, man, I really, you could tell I was really holding that in, couldn't you? All right, Gabriel Ortiz, you're saying, I think The Last of Us only exists to offer the cost of factions. If that is, it has to be free. Or Sony may charge for that and have MTA and NFTs on top of it. Oh, dude, please, God, no. Please, no. Do not, please. I don't ever want to see Sony do anything with NFTs. Please, no. But that's, I'm going to be honest, man. Like, Sony absolutely can afford. I mean, look, don't be fooled. Sony can afford to sell The Last of Us Part 1 at $50 and make a good profit on it. Like, let's not, But I hope that I think at this point it would be a good look for the multiplayer Last of Us game to be free to play. I think it would be a good look because it would be the opposite. Because right now people are saying, "Oh, it's going to be $70," and I'm like, I don't think so, man. That would be a very bad look. Drexvathan, you're saying, I'm not a fan of Twin Snakes, and I'm glad The Last of Us got the Twin Snakes treatment. Yeah, I mean, dude, that's the thing is like, again, I know I'm going off hard right now, but if you think about it, literally nothing I said in this rant really has much to do about the game itself existing. I feel like most of what I just said is it pertains to the shitty conversation around it and the way people behave. And I do think that at the end of the day, like, guys, The Last of Us is still a great game. Like, The Last of Us is still one of the best games ever made and still one of my favorites. And I do see people say to me, like, yo, man, this is going to be my first time playing it. Or it's been years since I played it, and I really don't mind paying $70. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, I'm not out here condemning people. And that's where I want to encourage others. Like, don't condemn people. The only thing I encourage people to do, the only thing I've ever encouraged people to do is think about the message you're sending. I'm not here to say it's wrong or right for you. I'm just giving my opinion. but think about the message you're sending. And that's why I feel like it's okay if somebody says, I thought about it, and I'm okay with it. Okay, like, that's not my decision to make. That's your choice, and that's fine. I'm not going to sit here and say you're a piece of shit or something because you want to buy The Last of Us Part 1. Like, no. Like, that's what I'm saying. Shit gets ridiculous. Like, people start literally shit-talking each other over a fucking game. Like, what is that? KD, you're saying only God of War 1 and 2 require stream. 3 is remastered on PS4. Okay, that's true. I did forget about that. Stream quality isn't bad. The streets the streets still need a live reaction to God of War 2's ending, though. All right, man, I'll see what I can do. I might just do like a test stream maybe to see what it's like coming up soon. Because I haven't tried it. And if you're saying it's not that bad, then if the stream quality isn't that bad, then maybe it really won't be that bad. Clammy True Colors, you're saying, this is my feeling, but free-to-play just screams cheap. Casual PvP to me, no integrity. I prefer when games are paid. GTA 5 and MW2 are paid premium games, and they have a very expensive story campaign. That's true. And I think that, honestly, if the Last of Us multiplayer does end up being free, that might be a big reason why, because I don't think we're getting any single player. Well, when I say single player content, I mean, like, we're not getting a story with like new characters where it's like, here's the single player portion of the game and here's the multiplayer portion. I think it's going to be mostly like, this is like a Last of Us MMO type situation here. And I really think that's what they're going for. But I do understand what you're saying, Clammy, and that's the thing. A lot of people feel that exact same way. They feel like when they hear free to play, it screams cheap, it screams casual. And I will say this, I did mention this before. One of the things that Naughty Dog, if I'm not mistaken, Neil Druckmann said, is they are trying to make this multiplayer game accessible to newcomers of The Last of Us. And he didn't explain what he meant by that. But that could have meant just free to play. It could also mean changing some big aspects of what the game is to be a little bit more appealing. But then again, The Last of Us HBO show is going to be on HBO. It's going to be very mature, so I don't know that I'm worried about the game feeling more casual or losing its integrity. My biggest worry about The Last of Us multiplayer game is what's monetization going to be like and how much content is going to be there at launch. That's what I want to know. But thank you for that, Clammy. So, Arcane Blitzer, you're saying, MBG, I have to disagree with you with one of the super chats. Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes remake was horrible. Most Metal Gear Solid fans pretend that remake doesn't exist. PS5 remake. I mean, I would like to see a Metal Gear Solid 1 PS5 remake, absolutely. And yeah, I've never played Twin Snakes, but that's probably why, because everything I've heard about it, it's like, it's not very good, Like, I think I've watched videos in the past on it, and I'm like, well, graphically it looks better. But if I'm not mistaken, in Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, they did change a few things up that, like, for the action scenes that I think made people kind of cringe and be like, what? Like, I don't know if I'm remembering incorrectly, but, like, Solid Snake was doing some kind of, like, I don't know, like, superhero moves and shit that were just like, this is getting a little bit absurd right now. I don't know if I'm remembering incorrectly, but I swear I heard that about the game, and I'm like, yeah, that seems like it could definitely piss people off. Matthew Francis, you're saying, too much rant juice here. Have a rant acid. Yeah. Dude, I don't know, man. Maybe it is the caffeine just kicking in. Maybe that's why I felt so irritable earlier, because I did get a late start to my coffee drinking today. Maybe that was why. And now it's kicking in full force. Clammy True Colors, again, you're saying you could have waited for just 6 more hours for that official Last of Us Part 1 video. It does show that what Neil promised are there. The leaks were not honest. Well, okay, again, this is where the thing that is tough about this is, you're right, it would have been interesting. I do think to myself, what if I didn't make a video on the leaks and I just waited for the video to drop, right? That would have been interesting. And I admit, like, I watched that video and I even reacted to it live on my channel for you guys to watch. Yeah, it made me feel a lot better. It didn't make me feel entirely great. Like, wow, everything's fine now. But it did make me feel like, okay, like, yeah, you could tell, like, they definitely put a good amount of effort into this. And they're not, the thing is, like, they're talking about it. They're showing it. They're not hiding in the shadows anymore. You know what I mean? And I think that alone helps. And I've seen some people say, like, maybe this is a sign that Sony really, their developers and their development teams, maybe they really need to start focusing on trying to be a little bit more transparent, a little bit more communicative, if that's the right word, with their audience. And I agree, man. I agree. Because if this is a problem that you can't solve, where it's like, hey guys, we're going to learn about the Last of Us Factions multiplayer game through leaks. Please no. I know it's their choice. They don't have to show shit if they don't want to, but I'm just thinking at this point, maybe this would be beneficial because, dude, my thing about that leak is I agree that it is one thing to read a single line of text that says there are no major gameplay changes, right? And that's the thing is, like, I saw the screenshots. I saw how good they looked, and I'm like, damn, the game looks good, man. If there's one thing we can all agree on is the graphics of The Last of Us Part 1 look fucking incredible on the PS5. No doubt, right? Everybody can agree on that. That's, like, objective. But I will agree, there is a difference between reading a line from somebody, and that's the thing, is it's no bullshit, no frills, man. The leaker just said, no major gameplay changes. Did Naughty Dog say that? No. Did they say it in their video? No, because they don't want to have to say that because it doesn't sound great. And it's understandable. If you're marketing a game, why would you say that? Instead of saying no major gameplay changes, maybe we'll just focus on the changes we made to the AI. We'll just focus on the DualSense. We'll just focus on, you know, BG UK, don't worry, man. We have other topics to discuss. There was clearly just some ranting in me that I had to get out. I had to get out. And that's the thing. I want to say this too. I feel like this is important because, Clammy, what you're saying, I would have liked it that way too. And here's what I'll say. If there's one thing I'm taking away from this is I think the next time we get a major leak, if it's not like an ideal leak, or even if it is a good leak, whatever it might be, maybe I will pump the brakes a little bit and wait to see. Let's see. Is the studio that's that's suffering this leak, are they going to respond? Maybe I'll give them a chance, right? Because if that's the thing is, like, if you watch my video where I covered the leak, yeah, I was definitely like, wow, this is not cool, man. I'm not very happy with this. And then when I did the video where I reacted to it, I'm like, all right, like it's not making me feel that much better, but I don't feel like as annoyed because, they're doing their job. They're marketing the fucking game, like that's the thing. And I don't know, man. I think that's just that's what's different about Sony right now compared to what, like, remember Sony in 2020, how they were like, oh, we're going to fucking show you why you're going to be excited. Like, we're going to show you what's great about our games. And they're like not doing that anymore, or they're like being way too in the dark about it, and they're waiting too long. And it's like, they're waiting to the 11th hour. And it's like, why are they, why? The video wasn't the greatest, but the video, I'll tell you right now, the reason why Naughty Dog had to put that video out that night, because I saw what people were saying. They were like, Naughty Dog didn't just make that video all of a sudden. That was pre-made. That was all ready to go. Obviously it was, yeah. But I'll tell you, it was not meant to release at 8:06 p.m. on a Thursday night. It wasn't. And I think, like, that's the thing is, like, why were you guys holding on to that for so long? People have been asking for that. Like, I think that video would have fucking helped you, not hurt you. That putting that video out sooner would have stopped this leaker in their tracks. I don't know, man. You're saying for yelling and rage over the game, MBG, calm down. You're showing self-confrontation. True. I admit, I know the way that I'm presenting myself. I know I'm presenting myself in a very confrontational way. That's just part of the rant. And I know that's a, that is the opposite of being like professional, but I don't know. I will admit, it's a unfortunate situation all around. And I will tell you this. I will think twice. I will think twice about covering a leak specifically with Naughty Dog going forward, only because if there's one thing that Naughty Dog did prove to me with this leak is they're going to try to get out in front of it or get on it right away. And I actually do like that. I think it's unfortunate that this is how it has to happen. But what it tells me is that, let's just say at the end of this year, there's some kind of big leak for The Last of Us multiplayer. And it's like really bad news. Something just really bad. Okay. I'll be like, uh-oh. But before I jump on it, I'll say, you know what? I'll look at my watch. Well, I don't wear a watch, but I'll look at my clock and I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna give it like 12 hours. Let's see if Naughty Dog responds, because there's a good chance they might. They did last time. You know what I mean? And that did catch me off guard, and I'm like, okay, well, they're. But I have to say, at this point, I imagine somebody at Sony is absolutely furious with the leaks that keep happening. So I'm not saying I'm not going to cover it. I'm just saying, let's see if they respond immediately, because that was an immediate response, dude. Like, that was within literally, like you said, 6 hours. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And that's one thing I did notice the developer said. One developer said, it's really unfortunate to see these leaks happen, especially when we're on the cusp of an asset drop. And that was basically the developer's way of confirming that they weren't ready to drop that yet. They were going to soon, but they weren't ready. And I've seen some people speculate that it was actually supposed to be a state of play, and they decided to just like rename it. And I was like, actually, when you watch that video, it was a lot like a state of play. So yeah, it's weird, man. I also think that, look, I want to, and I promise this is like the last thing I'm going to say. I'm going to read the rest of these super chats because I'm falling behind. I just want to say that maybe this will help in the future, where I really do wonder to myself, what if Naughty Dog was just totally transparent in the beginning, right? Where I'm not saying like to actively make it sound like it's bad, right? Like, that's not the thing. But I do wonder, like when Jeff Keighley was interviewing Neil Druckmann and he was talking about the game after showing cutscenes in the trailer, what if he just said the gameplay of The Last of Us 1 is going to be, it's going to retain the same essence, like, word it in a better way. Like, don't say it's going to be identical, nothing's changed. You don't say it like that, but just make it clear that it's the same essence. The gameplay is like, the core gameplay is relatively unchanged, but we've changed other aspects like the AI. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I was thinking about that. I'm like, maybe that's why people weren't pissed off or so disappointed with Demon Souls remake, because that's one thing that Bluepoint made clear from the get-go. Is Bluepoint said the gameplay is literally untouched. Like, we did not change the core gameplay. We didn't touch it. So people automatically knew not to expect that. But then they went on to talk about all the things they did change. And I get it. I get the whole, like, it's not different, but better. And I get that, but I don't know. If you read the PlayStation blog post, and, when Neil Druckmann mentioned, he compared it to, if I'm not mistaken, he compared it to Last of Us 2 gameplay. It was pretty clear that the expectation from not everybody, but a large chunk of people was, oh, this is going to be Last of Us 2 gameplay. That's why they're calling it Part 1. It's going to be the same thing. And it wasn't. And it's like, maybe some miscommunication. I'm not saying it was like an egregious lie, because it wasn't, but maybe some miscommunication. Maybe you got to be a little bit more clear with these things, No, just some food for thought. Let me see. Salvazar06, you're saying, MBG, the price for PS5 games is set $70 across the board. When they eventually remaster Bloodborne for PS5, how much do you think they're going to charge? Every game they have charged $70 has been criticized for the price. And that's the thing is, like, I think that's and I appreciate the super chat, by the way, Salvazar. I really do. I appreciate all the super chats, guys. Really means a lot. That's the thing that also bothers me a little bit about this conversation is that I don't want people to be confused here. I'm not saying that PS5 games shouldn't be $70. I mean, I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying that when I look at each game, right? Like, it's difficult for me to look at The Last of Us Part 1 knowing that they removed the original Factions game mode. They replaced it with the Left Behind DLC, which is okay. I guess that kind of evens it out a little bit, but still, they're charging $10 more than the remastered version, and they just remastered the game last generation, and the gameplay is relatively the same. Like, it's not like a reimagining of the gameplay. You know what I mean? Like, it's mostly a visual overhaul with taking advantage of some PS5 features. I get that, but I don't know. It feels like it's just such a difficult thing to be like $70 for that when you look at like God of War Ragnarok, and it's like, to me, I'm not even questioning whether that's going to be worth $70. I'm like 99% sure it's absolutely going to be. Like, that's a brand new game with brand new content with a lot of stuff that's going to be brand new. And I've seen some people say that, well, this is why they're charging $70 for this remake. Like, all I'm saying is this, because Salvazar, what you're saying that $70 across the board. That's actually not true, man. If you think about it, that's not true. What about Spider-Man Miles Morales? That was $50. That's a $20 savings. And that's where I look at that and I'm like, I think if Sony charged $70 for Miles Morales, people would have lost their shit because they would say this isn't a proper sequel. This is like something less than that, you know? It should be. And I do also think, I mean, you know, you talk about $70 across the board, you talk about a Bloodborne remake, and maybe maybe Sony was like, we're not going to charge $50 for this because people might think it's just like DLC. Like, it's like this weird thing where it's like people are going to perceive it less than what it actually is. Like, we're going to begin to associate, I don't know, that's just speculation on my part. I don't know, man. I think it's just Sony, I really believe, would benefit a lot from. I see somebody saying you got Spider-Man remastered with it, MBG, but if I'm not mistaken, you had to pay a full $70 to get Miles Morales and Spider-Man remastered. And that's why I'm just so confused with this, because it's like Naughty Dog or Insomniac did the same thing that Naughty Dog's doing with Spider-Man 2018. But they pretty much only charged $20 for it. Granted, you couldn't buy it separately, but, you know, when they basically incentivized, they gave you really good incentive for a $70 purchase, right? Like, if you want Spider-Man Miles Morales, it'll be $50. But if you give us $70, we'll give you Spider-Man 2018. Now, they say, I know it was a remaster, it wasn't a remake. There are differences, but I don't know, man. When I look at, like, that's what I'm saying. When I look at Spider-Man, 2018 remastered versus The Last of Us Part 1 remake, you can tell more work went into The Last of Us Part 1 remake. I'm not denying that. More work did go into that. They redid the facial animation, or not, they didn't redo it, but they redid a lot of the animation work, right? And they worked on every minute texture. So work went into it. But again, let's not forget that Spider-Man Remastered was being sold for essentially $20. So I just feel like, would a $50 price point for The Last of Us Part 1 be so absurd? I think Sony needs to try to be a little bit more flexible. I have seen people say, and this is a valid argument, absolutely, and I actually think that probably this is the best way to view it right now because it's staying $70. I have seen people say, is it even worth talking about the price point at this point? Because it's going to go down in price. It's going to go down. At some point, it's going to be $50. So is it worth even... And that is true, but that's where I feel like people who say that, you might be missing the forest for the trees here a little bit, because it's like again, it's about the message we're sending Sony, where it's like, I don't want to send Sony the message, hey, The Last of Us sucks, because that's a false message. The Last of Us is amazing. I don't want to send the message to Sony that these games don't deserve remakes. That's the wrong message, because no, there absolutely are games that deserve remakes. And I don't want to send the message to Sony that it's, hey, nobody wants this at all. This is, no. I just simply want to send the message to Sony that I don't know that a game like this should be $70. I don't know that you should be charging $70 for a game like The Last of Us Part 1 right alongside your big new blockbuster game, God of War Ragnarok, and essentially saying they're both worth the same price. They're not, to me. I'm not saying objectively, because it's not objective, it is subjective, but to me, I do not see the same value in The Last of Us Part 1, dollar for dollar, that I'm seeing with God of War Ragnarok. And no, I'm not saying that means God of War Ragnarok should be more expensive. I'm saying the opposite. But I don't think it matters. I don't. This is, Salvazar, to a degree, what you're saying is true, right? If this is what Sony said, this is what we're going to charge, then that's what it's going to be. And at that point, I guess all I'm just trying to say is it makes me feel like my arm is twisted, where the only way I can send the message that I want to send to Sony is by not buying it. And that sucks, because I do want to partake in the game. I do want to experience the game again, but I just, you talk about, I don't know that Bloodborne Remake would be worth $70. But maybe it would, because the one thing we could say about Bloodborne that we can't say about The Last of Us is it didn't get remastered. I do wonder, what if Sony never did remaster The Last of Us for PS4? What would the conversation be like right now? I think it would be different. Not 100% different, but I think in a lot of ways it would be different. I think that people who say that this game deserves to be remade, that would hold a hell of a lot more weight. And I think that's why when people look at Bloodborne, they say, well, I don't know that it's, it can be the same conversation, because Bloodborne never got any attention at all. It didn't even get a 60 FPS patch, for God's sake, let alone a remaster. So a remake would be, I think, more justifiable. And believe me, here's the reality, dude. If Bloodborne Remake ever happens, there will still be people who are upset about the $70 price tag, and they will voice their dismay. So, I just think that for each game, it's different. I think for each individual project, it's different. And I think that it's important when we're having these conversations to just kind of evaluate it for what it is. Not necessarily what something else may be, but what it is. And I have seen some people express a lot of dismay that they were like, how come Sony couldn't even offer a slight discount for people who bought The Last of Us Remastered? And that's a good question, man. That's true. There should be a little something, right? There should be maybe some type of upgrade path where you will get a $20 or $30 discount. But they're not doing that. And I think that people are rightfully upset, because they're like, dude, I bought this fucking game twice, and you're not even going to give me a discount if I want to experience it again? I'm going to say something that I think is going to upset a lot of PlayStation fans, but I think it has to be said. Now, this is not a blanket statement. I'm not saying that this is applicable to the entirety of Sony, to the entire PlayStation catalog. I'm not saying that this is the new direction that Sony's going in, and I'm going to change topics very soon, don't worry. But I just want to say this because to me, when you consider the fact that Sony is not willing to give a discount to those who supported this game twice, to me, the message is pretty clear. And I'm telling you, some people are not going to like what I'm going to say, but before you jump the gun, just really think about it. All right? I want you to think about it. Naughty Dog and Neil Druckmann said that, well, I don't know if it was Neil Druckmann, but I know in that video and a lot of the developers, they say, we're doing this for the fans. We're doing this for the fans. Okay? I don't know if I believe that statement entirely, and I'm going to tell you why. There are multiple signs that you are actually not doing this for the fans. Actually, almost everything you're doing with The Last of Us property is you're doing this for people who aren't fans. Number one, you announce an HBO show based on The Last of Us. Last time I checked, fans weren't asking for that. I don't think fans are upset about it, but it's just like, okay. Why do you think they're making that HBO show? It's because they want to expose The Last of Us to other people, to new people, and that's okay. Like, I want to make it clear that what Sony is doing isn't bad. Don't mistake my words. It's not bad, but we have to acknowledge it for what it is, and then you have to determine how you feel about it. And I'll tell you how I feel about it. So we have The Last of Us HBO. That's for a new audience. Number two, we have a Last of Us One Remake that is announced. And right now, we are in the thick of Naughty Dog trying to convince people that this is what the fans want. And the fans, we did this for the fans. And there are a lot of fans who are like, yeah, I like this. This is okay. And I'm happy with this. But you do have to consider, why are they not giving fans, by fans, I mean those of you who bought the game for PS3 at full price, for those of you who were there day one for the remaster on PS4, why are they saying to you, oh, you supported us, over and over, like multiple times, and you were there day one? Oh, you're still going to have to pay full price. No discount for you. What? You want an upgrade path? No, $70. Yeah, $70. And then to top it all off, by the way, this game's going to PC. That's right. It's not even exclusive anymore. We're giving it to an audience that couldn't fucking be bothered to buy a PlayStation to experience this game. And you're going to pay the same fucking price as them. Let it sink in. I know it's a hard pill to swallow. Let it sink in, though. That's what they're doing. Fact. That's not subjective. That is literally what they're doing. So all I want to say is that if you look, again, I'm not saying that it's wrong for Sony or Naughty Dog to want to expand. I'm not saying it's wrong that they want to bring more people into the ecosystem or that they want to expose The Last of Us to new players. That's a great thing. More people should play these games. More people should experience them. But keep in mind that it's being done with zero fucking goodwill put towards those who were there from the start. In fact, they're turning to those who were here from the start. They're turning to those who were there supporting it from the beginning and saying, you pay the same fucking price as Joe Schmo over there, who literally couldn't give us a single ounce of attention or not a single dollar. They didn't care about what we were doing. To me, that is fucked. And it's wrong. It's not right. And that's, in my opinion, something that a lot of people, I think, really need to think about. Because if you consider everything I just said and you're like, I'm okay with that, I don't care, Naughty Dog's not my friend, Sony's not my friend, that's fine. Like, I think that's totally fine. You know, that's your opinion. You're allowed to feel that way. But for me personally, it is a little bit disheartening where it's like, you can't sit here and say you're doing this for all of the fans, because what about the fans who are over here saying, we were fucking here supporting you from the start? And what are we getting for it? We're getting the opportunity to give you another $70 with no goodwill? I think, I'm sorry, man. To me, that should make you just a little bit, in my opinion. And I promise, guys, I'm going to move on. But this is just, see, this is the type of shit that bothers me too. This guy says, grow up, stop crying like a child about everything, play the game or don't. Like, you're missing everything I'm saying, dude. Everything. Like, you're not even considering one thing I'm saying. You're just saying stop crying. Like, dude, whatever, man. Sure, maybe we should have said that to the people who shit all over Microsoft with the Xbox One and their DRM. We should have just said, stop crying, shut the fuck up, and move on. So that way Sony could have said, oh, we can do this too. And there you go. 2013, everybody's locked into DRM. No, we don't shut up. We don't stop crying about it, as you put it, because this is how we fucking send the message. We have a responsibility as fans, not casuals, not people who are just like, oh, well, you know, I play my PlayStation like once or twice a month and yeah, I kind of care, you know? Like, for the fans who are loyal and care about the fucking brand, I've literally watched it happen with Xbox. I was there on the ground floor with Xbox. It doesn't end well if you don't fucking push. And when you start seeing this Civil War bullshit take place, that's exactly, I hate to say it, that's exactly what the company wants. The company wants the most loyal fans to turn on those who are voicing their concerns, who are voicing their issues, and shut them up. Because we don't want that. We want money. We want more attention. We want growth. And that's all we want. Nothing else. And that's just how it is, man. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with growth. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with wanting money. But I'm also saying I don't think there's anything wrong with showing some damn goodwill towards your fan base that has been there from the beginning. And I promise this is not just a Last of Us thing I'm about to say. This is a Jim Ryan thing. This is the last thing I'm going to say. If there's one thing that I've really learned the past couple of years since Jim Ryan took over, and this is not a personal attack on Jim Ryan, because he might be a good guy, and he's probably a decent guy in real life, you know, outside of gaming and his job. But Jim Ryan, the CEO of PlayStation, between his comments in the past about the way he talked about who the hell would ever want to play an older PlayStation game, between his talk about, like, he doesn't say shit about single player games. Just want it to be known. Jim Ryan doesn't say fuck all about single player games. He literally just talks about live service, and he talks about wanting to reach hundreds of millions of people. Okay? This is the guy who's at the very tippity top here. If there's one thing I've learned about Jim Ryan, is that to him, the heritage, the lineage, even I'd go as far as to say the culture of the PlayStation fan base, whatever you want to call it, man, but that essence that was so vital to PlayStation's success in the dark times, right? In the times when they weren't breaking records, he doesn't give a fucking shit about that. And the only time Jim Ryan will ever pretend to give a shit about it, because he's a businessman first and foremost, is if we turn the heat on. Keep that fucking in mind. When they come out here with GT7 and they say, we want as much money as we can get from this game, let's fucking go. Do you think if everybody shut the fuck up about it and the hardcore fans who really cared got snuffed out, you think they would have changed it? You think they would have said, oh, we're sorry, we'll fix that? No. They would have said, we got away with it. We did it. This is why I'm trying to tell you, guys, if you want to preserve what, in your opinion, makes PlayStation great, which I'm assuming is a lot of what I think makes PlayStation so great, you have to be willing to set aside the diehard loyalty and understand that leadership changes. And when that leadership changes, whoever is running the ship, they may not care or even be aware of what it is that makes this platform what it is. And I just have to say that because, I mean, look, I get excited about Spider-Man. I get excited about Wolverine. I get excited about all this stuff just like the next guy. But we're at a point in time where Jim Ryan will literally laugh. He will laugh at or maybe Herman Holst as well. I'm not sure. He will laugh at Sucker Punch for saying, can we make can we not make Ghost of Tsushima 2 yet? Can we make like an Infamous or a Sly Cooper? And it'd be like, are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? You just almost sold 10 million copies. You're doing Ghost of Tsushima 2. Don't get me wrong. I understand the business, and I understand that there just are logical moves to make, but we just got to be very careful going forward. That's all. Just think about the message you're sending, Jim Ryan. That's all. Not Sony, Jim Ryan, because Jim Ryan's the guy who's running the ship, and he's a businessman first and foremost. He's not a gamer. Just think about the message you're sending him. All right. I apologize to a degree for really going off there, but I'm going to read these super chats and we'll move on to the next topic. How long have we been? Oh shit, I'm approaching the 2-hour mark. I apologize. I didn't realize I was just talking about this that whole time. All right. I'm seeing the super chats rolling in. I can see people are desperate for me to move on. Josh, you say that's his job, unfortunately. It is, but it's our job too. We have a job as well, you know? I think. Responsibility. To a degree. KD, you're saying, MBG, I really think you need to surround yourself with better content. All this console war bullshit is making more negative. Stop allowing yourself to get trolled by bots. Focus on positive stuff. No, I agree, man. I agree. I was thinking about taking another extended break from Twitter for a while now, and I think that this past week just kind of told me, yeah, that's going to have to happen. Mark Lovin, you're saying, keep up the great work. Hope all is well. Thank you so much, man. I am doing well. I appreciate that. Kevin, you're saying, oh, let's get one thing clear. Most game devs are not getting paid well. It's the most blood, sweat, tears of any software industry. That's why they're just as passionate and toxic. And I feel for that, man. And that's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to I don't like whittling it down that way, and I will just elaborate on that. When I say that they're getting paid a salary and they have a job to do, I don't like to make it robotic, where it's like, so that means you shouldn't have feelings, that means you shouldn't have passion, that means you shouldn't have opinions or be allowed to express them. I don't mean to make it sound so rigid. I guess I'm just saying that I think there are some situations where it's like, if you're passionate and you truly believe in this and you love the work you did, I think that's all you should focus on. Just like what Katie's basically saying to me, where it's like, look, man, not everything's going to be perfect. And sometimes it does come down to where you're putting your focus. So I want to clear that up. You know, devs, look, I know for a fact that there's a lot of passionate developers, and that's why I'm not trying to put them on blast, because they're doing their job. You know, they're doing the best they can, just like everybody else. This is really, if you think about it, what we're focusing on is big business, big corporations, and the insatiable hunger for more and more and more and more. Never-ending growth. Josh Z, member for 28 months. Thank you, man. Play has no limits. Plus, you're saying changing the level design would make the game different at a core level and be illogical from a character perspective. You're playing as Joel, who is middle-aged. It makes zero sense. I wish fans thought about why, or what, I don't know if I meant to say wave design, but that is true. It would be a little silly, wouldn't it? I mean, as I'm getting older now too, and yeah, dude, Joel, he's like middle-aged. I could see him going to go dive forward in the prone, snap his hip or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. I do understand why they didn't overhaul it entirely. I did see people saying that maybe a dodge button would have make the most sense, and that would have been interesting. I would be interested to see how a dodge button would change the gameplay of The Last of Us. And that's the thing, like, I just want to say that The Last of Us gameplay is still very good. It's not bad. It's just that I don't think anybody can deny that there was just something about The Last of Us 2's gameplay that was like, damn, they really took it up a notch. For sure. Loper42, you're saying, to me, gameplay is more than character controls. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Well, that's why I was saying, like, I am interested to see how they change the AI, because they're claiming that they're using The Last of Us 2 AI. And if that's true, then, you know, maybe it could make for some more intense battles. I'd have to see. KD, you're saying, I'm a little behind on the stream, but you're bugging during the whole Last of Us rant. LOL. Naughty Dog refuted some leaks with the AI demonstration. Still a cash grab, but remasters and remakes have always been that. Yeah. Well, dude, if that's true, man, it like, because, I mean, what you're saying is not untrue. By the way, guys, hit that like button for me. We have over 880 people here, and I haven't mentioned it once. Please hit that like button for me. It helps the stream. If that's true, then maybe the big problem is what I said. Maybe it's the fact that the fans who were there from the beginning just feel like it really is coming off like a cash grab. Like we would like a little bit of goodwill thrown our way. I don't think that's entitlement. I don't think that. I know that some people say that's entitlement. I don't think so. I think it's just like, come on, man. You got to acknowledge the people that made you who you are, you know? Fire Axe, you're saying, we have been graced by Prime MBG, Rant Mode MBG. I'm glad you enjoy it, man. Katie, you're saying, again, I really don't understand the huge deal. Just don't buy the game. We all played it back on PS3 anyways. All this outrage is ridiculous and embarrassing, LOL. Well, KD, man, look, you're entitled to your opinion too, man, and that's cool. Like, believe me, like, I'm not like this 24/7. I know some people think I'm like this 24/7. Like, there are many times where I'm just totally, like, disconnected from all this, and I'm just, like, in a different mode of thinking. And when I am completely outside of the box, I do think differently about it, where I'm like, maybe I do care too much. But, you know, what can I say? It's I get passionate about things, and sometimes I do get too sucked into things at times, but in a way that's kind of what makes it special or good, you know? Like right now I'm like watching Marvel, and I'm like in phase 4 of Marvel. And it's funny because I'm just enjoying Marvel totally casually. Like, I'm not invested really in it at all. And I'm seeing, like, I'm like paying a little bit more attention to it on social media now. And I'm noticing, like, it's like a civil war there too, where it's like people are fighting where they're like, phase 4 sucks ass. And like, what happened to Marvel? And people are actually like fighting about Marvel, where it's like, why did they stop? Like, they don't make enough big budget movies anymore. Like, they're focusing on these useless shows. And it's so weird because it's like, we're kind of seeing a similar thing in gaming, where it's like the same thing is happening, except, you know, big AAA gaming versus live service games and you know, services. And I'm just like, I didn't even know about any of this. Like, I didn't even know this was a thing. I just kind of took it for what it was and didn't think about it at all. And that's because I'm not passionate about Marvel. But if you listen to people who are, it's like, man, you could hear every angle of everything. And, you know, that's part of the human condition, for better or for worse, I think. But I appreciate your input, KD. You know, I always encourage people to have opposing opinions, you know, and to say different things. You know, don't just blindly agree with me. You know, like, if you don't agree with me, I'm interested to hear why. I'm interested to hear why you agree, but why you also don't agree, you know? Richard, you're saying Tupac PlayStation exclusive game announced. This is like the most random super chat. Axis Hawk, you're saying streaming isn't available everywhere, including here. Yeah, I heard about that. I think Sony's working on expanding that. Drex Viathan, you're saying a year from now, nobody will care about the price. That's very true. And that's something that I think we have to acknowledge as well, is that, yeah, people will move on, man. And I don't want to say it's futile, but it just might be, unfortunately. Primal Plasma, and that's the nature of our world today. Things move so quick. Member for 16 months, greatness awaits. Thank you, my friend. You're saying, how are people complaining about buying a $7 game when most of them had to pay $1,000 to buy a PS5? Almost almost literally off the back of a truck. It's because we forget, man. We forget the struggle. For real, though, like, I guess we do. I don't know. We do forget. Blue Streak, you're saying with the backlash Sony is getting, hopefully they course correct. Sony fans aren't as cultist as Nintendo fans. We call Sony out. That's a conversation I would love to have with everybody. Because I'm not really that connected with Nintendo, but I'm curious what you guys think of Nintendo. What is the general consensus on their business practice and how they treat their fans and how they handle their IP and their franchises? I'm just curious. What's the general consensus? Because I'm not going to give my thoughts on it, but I do have an opinion. It's just not a very educated one. It's just kind of like just looking from a distance. Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying, MBG, I haven't played the Twin Snakes remake, only the PS1 version. In Twin Snakes, what I heard, Snake dodges a missile by backflip. Cringe. PS1 for them. What the Yeah, dude, I think I saw that, bro. I think I saw that. That's like what I was referring to. That's crazy. Like you're going to backflip over a missile? Come on. That's a bit ridiculous. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, ridiculous things happen in Metal Gear, but I feel like Solid Snake was never really the one, or the snakes in general, like Big Boss, they were never really the one doing crazy, ridiculous stuff. There was like crazy, ridiculous stuff happening around them, you know? Jerome, you're saying, hey, MBG, I know you have to cover it, but we won't be mad if you wait for the price drop. Fuck 70. I still want it to be 40 or less. We'll see, man. We'll see. I mean, again, it's one of these things where it's like, you know, I have to make certain investments for the channel, you know what I mean? And like money that I make here on the channel goes back into it as well. You know what I mean? So I am in a different position where like, you know, it's like when I not entirely different, like it is my own money that I'm spending, but it's like, I'll put it to you this way, knowing that I can stream and talk about The Last of Us alters my outlook on whether or not it would be worth it. Does that make sense? Versus somebody where it's like, you're just going to buy it for yourself and for your own leisure. It's a little bit different. Not entirely, but it all depends on how I want to leverage it as well. Like if I'm like, I'm going to buy the game and just play it myself and not talk about it and has nothing to do with my channel, then it's different. Excuse me. Himanshu Yadav, you're saying, wait, I just realized that you can go prone in Power Wash Simulator, but not in The Last of Us Part 1. And you're laughing about that. By the way, that game is so soothing, man. 96% positive on Steam. These simulator games are so weird to me, man. Because you know why I can't play the simulator games? Because I just think, why don't I do this in real life? You know, like I feel like it would just make me feel like shit, where it's like I should power wash my house. Like I would be so utterly just disappointed in myself, where it's like, rather than power wash my own house and do something like actually truly productive in my real life, I'm gonna play Power Wash Simulator. Oh man, that's funny though. 96% positive on Steam. It must be pretty good then. I see somebody asking, did I see the Marvel movies and TV shows announcement at Comic-Con? I did, yeah. It seems like it's somewhat mixed, but I want to see Blade, man. I can't wait to see how they handle Blade. Do you think Blade is going to be as badass in the MCU? I feel like it's going to be hard to top Wesley Snipes in the previous movie, but I love Blade, so I'm definitely excited for that. Jerome, you're saying, don't buy Day 1 MBG. Send the message. We with you. How to speedrun. You're saying, I still think the biggest difference for The Last of Us is that the original holds up very well. You can't say that to Bloodborne, Demon Souls, Final Fantasy VII, RE. Yeah, I mean, I actually do agree with that to an extent, man. Because when I think about Demon Souls, I'm like, I know that they didn't change the gameplay in Demon Souls. Is it really going to be PG-13? No way. Nuh-uh. They're making Blade PG-13. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Anyway, what I will say, dude, is that the gameplay of Demon Souls holds up, but the visuals do not hold up, man. If you go play Demon's Souls on the PS3, it's hard to look at, bro. It doesn't look terrible. It has its own charm, but compared to Remake, it's night and day. And I feel like with The Last of Us, the visuals do hold up very well. PG-13, yikes. Well, my excitement is not as high anymore. Goddamn. Rashdan V2. Oh man, what are they going to do to Wolverine? Rashdan V2, you're saying 70, and it's not 1-for-1 compared to the OG without multiplayer. That's a killer for me. How to speedrun, you're saying true. If Bloodborne Remake is happening, people will still be debating whether it's justifiable right now. KD, you're saying this whole outrage is another case study of classic gamer entitlement. People want more for less. They want more from a remake, and they don't want to pay $70. Sony wants to be Nike. Well, these are Nike prices. And I get it, man. Like, KD, I feel like you're really speaking from the business perspective where you and I can speak from that as well. Like, where we're looking at the business side of things. And when you put yourself in the shoes of like, this is a corporation, this is a business, this is how a business is run, and these are the decisions that are made to grow the business, it absolutely makes sense. But I feel like there has to be a little bit of a balance, you know? I don't know that I can fully call it entitlement, man. I don't know that I can. Jerome Montgomery, you're saying, is it just me or is Jim Ryan making Xbox look more pro-customer? LOL, Sony better hope upcoming games are bad. Well, I feel like Sony is finding their own way to combat Microsoft, and I think that is going to come in the form of the live service games. But there's no doubt that the biggest challenge for Sony has been combating Microsoft's goodwill that they've earned. But I don't know, man. I feel like Xbox fans are not upset right now. I mean, maybe they are, but I feel like Xbox fans are probably feeling like, well, you know what song? I don't know how many of you listen to Tool. Did you ever hear the song "The Patient"? Or is it? I think it's just called "Patient." I think it's called "The Patient," and it's a really interesting song. It's a good song, great song, one of my favorites. I feel like that's kind of what Xbox fans are like right now. You know, where they're if anybody knows that song, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and they just got to wait it out. You know, they got to wait it out and hope that it's worth it. KD, again, I appreciate all the super chats, my friend. You're saying the best message you can send Sony is not buy the game or give it any attention. LOL, ranting and outrage is pointless. KD, dude, I don't know if I can fully agree with that, my friend. I mean, I don't know that that's true because we do have, again, I think a bit of a responsibility collectively. The gamer, you and me, not people who work for Sony, not people who work in the gaming industry. You and me, the gamer, we have more of a voice than we ever have before. And I feel like it is important for us when we feel like we have to make something known. I agree it gets taken too far sometimes, but when we feel like something has to be known and it has to be acknowledged, now more than ever, it's likely to happen. Because again, there are these times where like, what if Sony never got the message? What if there was no outrage over when Jim Ryan took away the $10 free upgrade for Horizon? What if Sony never got that message? What if they didn't see the headlines or the videos getting thousands of views or tens or hundreds of thousands of views of people shitting on them for that? They wouldn't have changed it. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying go overboard, but I'm just saying I do think that we have a voice now and we have to be responsible in how we leverage it. Because KD, I feel like what you're saying does apply to, again, people being extreme on both sides. But yes, my ranting probably doesn't come off as the most productive voice. I will say that. I think the ranting is entertaining, but I don't think anybody at Sony is listening to MBG rant. Unfortunately, maybe I have to fix that. Stu, you're saying please move on to the GameStop NFT. Yeah, I'm going to move on to that. We're definitely going to talk about that. I meant to talk about that at the beginning, but you know how these podcasts go. They're always in flux. Freud San, you're saying Atlas just did the same thing with Persona 5 on PS5, PS3 to PS4 to PS5 direct port, full price, no upgrade path, DLC not honored, buy it again for the third time. That sucks, man. I feel like the reason why that sucks is because it's just so obvious. I see somebody saying MEG, they never confirmed it would be PG-13. Okay. I know they're going to make Deadpool 3 rated R, right? So maybe there's hope. But it always sucks when you see that, because I feel like it is a little bit disrespectful to the supporters. I think I'm talking too close to my mic, by the way. That's crazy. I did see that. Stu, again, you're saying, please move on. Stu is so desperate for me to move on. I'm going to move on, man. I promise. I have to honor these super chats for sure. See, this is the problem with the delay a little bit. Jerome, you're saying Sony fans wonder how Xbox make a comeback. Blame Jim. Stu, again, you promised to move on over 1 hour ago. Dude, Stu's literally like, please, God, just end my suffering. Come on, MBG. Rashdon V2 saying The Last of Us is a crossroads for PS fans. Civil War brewing. Church Key, you're saying, you are right, MBG. Microsoft started subscription services. No one said anything. Now we have Game Pass and PS Premium and everything else. Hashtag preach. Young G, you're saying, I know one thing Sony should respect. Bloodborne. Sewell, you're saying, hungover from One Fez. Did I miss the Final Fantasy VII Remake update? I'm just vegetating till XC3 comes out this 29th. No, I did not talk about Final Fantasy yet. How to speedrun. Says Nintendo is like that one greedy company that resells a 10-year-old game for $60, but fans will buy it anyway. Eventually, they're way expensive than both Xbox and Sony, but the game is timeless. Yeah, that's the vibe I get from them. Drexviathan, you're saying, it was a typo. I hate Twin Snakes. 1-to-1 remakes for the win. Okay. Game over. Cholo says, noticed how many ill takes are aimed to hurt The Last of Us. And then Adrian Padilla says, what are your thoughts on the Netflix Daredevil series? I absolutely love Daredevil. I would be so down for a Daredevil game from Insomniac. I'm looking forward to it, and I do think a Daredevil game would be pretty sick. I'm definitely interested to know what other Marvel characters are going to get their own games. I think a lot of people have been asking for Daredevil. And Josh Z, you're saying, I'm a lifelong Nintendo fan. The company does have odd business decisions post 6th gen, but they are transparent about all their decisions, and that's why I have given them money for games, if new or old. Okay. All right, guys. I have to give a huge thank you to everybody donating super chats. I really appreciate it, guys. Means a lot to me. Do me a favor, hit that like button. As promised, I'm going to move on to the next topic. I'm going to be honest. I'm probably going to rant about this a little bit too, guys. I'm out of coffee, so I can't say the rant's going to be as intense, but holy shit, I am fucking flabbergasted about what I'm reading here. We're going to read this article. GameStop, this is from Game Rant. GameStop is selling an NFT based on 9/11. Yeah, that's right. That's right, folks. It's fucking happening. So check. I'm going to be honest. Like, this makes me. I don't even want to say uncomfortable. I'm just going to read it. I'm going to read it, and I'm going to rant. So it says here, GameStop is a known retailer of video games, accessories, and more, but for many years, former and current shoppers have been curious about its future. It's no secret that the shift to digital games has impacted GameStop's bottom line, and it has publicly been trying to recreate the brand/image for a couple years now. It hasn't been easy, and the future is still uncertain. GameStop laid off several positions earlier this month, including an executive one, and its recent push into NFTs and blockchain technology hasn't gone over well either. Now it seems that there is a 9/11 NFT on sale on GameStop's marketplace, which is incredibly distasteful. It should be noted that this is not an open NFT platform, so not anyone can go on it and sell NFTs. GameStop has to approve each individual NFT creator following an application process. So while GameStop may not directly be responsible for this 9/11 NFT, one of its approved creators is known as Jules. The creator added an NFT based on the Falling Man photograph. For those unaware, the Falling Man is a famous image taken of the September 11th attacks on the Twin Towers, one where a man was captured falling from the upper floors of the World Trade Center. It is a heartbreaking moment captured by Associated Press photographer Richard Drew. At its release in 2001, many criticized the image for obvious reasons, but it has garnered a more positive reputation with distance from the event. It's a heartbreaking capture of 9/11, and no one expected it to become an NFT. The NFT is also titled Falling Man, and it's almost a one-to-one shot of the photo, with the only difference, and I couldn't fucking believe this, being the NFT creator has put the figure, the individual who is photoed falling from the trade center, into an astronaut suit. There's a total of 25 of them on sale on the GameStop NFT marketplace, selling for the equivalent of $995. Only 2 of them have sold so far. Some users report seeing this image as a featured one whenever someone Googles GameStop. As of this writing, the NFT is still available. GameStop has not publicly commented on this. What the actual fuck, dude? Like, there's no way. Like, there's no fucking way this is real, dude. What is wrong with people? This person, all I can think to myself is this person who fell from the trade center, okay, died a horrific fucking death. Absolute horrific death. Okay? Probably just an innocent dude going about his business that day. Gets a photograph taken moments before he falls to his death. Obviously, he doesn't know. This photo becomes, I remember this photo being controversial because it's like, is it disrespectful? But I think the one thing the photo did do is it captured the fucking horror of that day, of that, catastrophic fucking event, right? Like, it did. And I think as time goes on, people kind of see that. And we are now at a point where there are motherfuckers who are out here trying to explain to you, NFT is fucking art, people. NFT is great. It's not a scam. It's the future. And this is the shit they're doing. This is the shit they're doing. And what the fuck is wrong with GameStop? Like, what the fuck is wrong with them? This is sick. Like, it's actually fucking sickening. And this is like the moment for me where, like, yeah, exactly. Could you imagine if you, I mean, I can't imagine how it must feel if you were related to that person, where you found out that's how they died. And then you see that a photo was taken of them and it becomes somewhat famous. And that probably haunts you. That probably fucking haunts you. Like, what if that person had kids, right? Like, it's going to haunt them. And then you see this sick shit. Like, it's fucking gross, man. And I'm not even going to sit here and sugarcoat this. It's fucking wrong. It's like evil, man. Like, there are people making money, $1,000 off of shit like this. And don't get me wrong. I know there are worse things that happen in the world. But in the realm of what we talk about here, video games and fucking dumbass companies, dumbass fucking developers, NFT's the future, guys. We're going to do NFT. Like, go fuck yourself and take these people with you. I'm sickened by it, man. Like, I literally couldn't believe this article. And I'm looking at the fucking NFT, and it's the fact that this person had the fucking audacity to customize this fucking picture. It's fucking sickening, man. It's like heartbreaking because it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And so this is the moment, guys. This is the moment that if there was ever any chance that I would have ever considered an NFT, I would have ever taken a second to think maybe in the future. No. NFTs and everybody who's involved with them can go fuck themselves. Straight up. Because if I was ever part of shit like this, and like these were the people that like I was associated with, I'd be like, I can't, this is wrong. Like, this is fucked up. It's already practically a scam, and this is the shit. Whatever, man. You're saying I left for an hour and my guy is still raging. I'm talking about a different topic at least, but I just had to talk about that for a moment because I couldn't believe it, man. What a sick world we live in. Well, I don't think I have much else to say about it. I just had to share that with you because I was literally, I was in disbelief when I saw that was a real thing. I could have swore it was going to be some kind of dramatic, like overly dramatic, like it really has nothing to do with it. But yeah, so Josh, you're saying Sony's business practices seem insignificant. Hearing this for real, man. Yeah, take my blood pressure meds, dude. It's not good. This is like I'm pretty sure my blood pressure gets higher like when I'm doing my podcast than when I'm actually working out. And God damn, man, my disappointment in humanity sometimes. Yeah, dude, for real. I'm not like, I don't want to be a doomer. We don't have to be doomers, but man, when I see some shit like that, it's like people can't, all I'm trying to say is people can't be okay with that. Lawsuits incoming, GameStop, be prepared. Yeah, it's sick. It's sick. Anyway, we're going to move on to the next topic, which is more PlayStation focused. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I want to have a conversation with you guys about how we feel PlayStation. Oh, I noticed both of my cats are on the bed now, but they're sleeping and they're not fighting yet. Give it enough time. If I'm still streaming, they will start to fight on that bed. I want to have a conversation with you guys about PlayStation in 2022 so far. And I want to talk about, our expectations up to this point, whether or not our expectations have been met. Has Sony dropped the ball? What about the games they released? How have they been all around? Just kind of like a mid-year evaluation. And maybe we can talk a little bit about, where we think they're going and how they're going to end the year, and maybe a little bit about what we're hoping for next year. So I want to start off this conversation because I don't know why I'm trying to remember or think clearly about all of the games that Sony released so far this year. So the lineup for PlayStation, if I'm not mistaken, started with Sifu, which is a console exclusive. Then we went into Horizon Forbidden West, which was the big exclusive, and then another big exclusive with Gran Turismo 7. Then after that, it was Ghostwire Tokyo. And I feel like there's something I'm missing. Surely there was something else after Ghostwire Tokyo. Might need a little bit of help here because my brain is getting to that point. Did Sony release any other games after Ghostwire Tokyo? Also in January, there was the Uncharted collection. Forgot about that. So let's try again. We had Uncharted in January, Sifu and Horizon in February, and then Gran Turismo 7 in March. And then also at the end of March, we had Ghostwire Tokyo. Okay, then we had MLB, the show, which was, I think, April. And then now we have Stray in July. So there was a little bit of a lull there, maybe between MLB The Show and Stray. But in that time, I think Sony became more active, talking a little bit more. Everybody forgot about Deathloop. Yeah. Well, Deathloop was last year. So, okay, up till this point, I want to say I feel like... Oh, yeah, they did have Returnal DLC as well in March. That's true. Oh. So I want to say at this point, I think Sony's had a pretty great year, right? Because that was the thing. Like, looking at it so far, I got to say, Sony has not dropped the ball, I think, one time. Oh, yeah, Babylon's Fall. I don't think anybody talks about that, man. I don't think anybody talks about Babylon's Fall. Is that exclusive? Or console exclusive? So I think I want to say at this point, I think they've been doing great. Josh, you're saying missed God of War for PC and now Spider-Man. True. Yeah, I guess it's easy for me to kind of miss the PC releases because they don't impact me per se, but that is true. Yeah, they've been firing off, man. They have been. Let me see. I'm just trying to think of the last time that Sony had an extended game drought, and I feel like it. I can't remember. I actually feel like between the release of MLB The Show and Stray is probably the longest so far, and that's not saying much because that's just a couple months really after Sony just kind of dropping back to back to back to back stuff. So I would say, honestly, for like the first, let me see, was it 7 months and 3 weeks of the year of 2022, Sony's been on fire, really. And now when you look at what's coming next, right, we have, well, I see somebody mentioning Kane and Bridge of Spirits, but that was a 2021 title. I'm just specifically talking about 2022. If you look at what's coming next, we have The Last of Us Part, well, we had Stray, we have Roller Dome in August, and then we have The Last of Us Part 1 in September, and then after that we have God of War Ragnarok in November. And god damn, dude, like that, we're not even talking about third-party games, like just talking about Sony first party and their second party console exclusives. I think they've been on fire, man. And I think 2022 is going to go down as one of the better years for PlayStation. I mean, it to me, it is a bit crazy to think we're going to get both Horizon Forbidden West. We already got that, but we're also going to get God of War Ragnarok in the same damn year. You know what that makes me realize? Sony must have some crazy shit in the pipeline for the next 2 to 3 years that they feel confident enough to just put these games out. God, Horizon Forbidden West, Gran Turismo 7, and God of War, those are some heavy fucking hitters, man, that Sony's just like all in 2022. Let me ask you, how's GT7 doing? Like, has GT7 been holding up well? I feel like it's not talked about much, but I feel like that's kind of to be expected. I think I saw that GT7 was like the 7th best-selling game of the year, which is still pretty good. How to Speedrun, you're saying we still haven't got the Sony showcase yet. Yoshida confirmed it last month that it's going to happen this year. We just know when. I did see that clip. That Shuhei Yoshida. So, okay, to be honest, Shuhei Yoshida, he didn't straight up say we're going to have a showcase this year, and he didn't say we're going to have it in September. What he said was that, you know, we do have showcases and we have state of plays, and he was basically highlighting that these are great opportunities for developers to show off their games, which is true. And I did see some people saying that they feel like this is a hint, like a direct hint that they're going to be doing a showcase. I'll tell you right now, there's no way. I mean, look, I've been wrong many times before, so I don't want to. You would think by this point I would learn to stop speaking so confidently. But I feel pretty damn confident saying there's no way in hell that Sony doesn't have a showcase this year. That would be jarring. That would be concerning is what it would be. I mean, look, let's be honest right now. Let's be honest right now. I mean, you know, let's take a step back. Could Sony go this year without having a proper showcase and instead in August or October have a dedicated God of War State of Play blowout? They could. Honestly speaking, they could do it. They could get away with it. It would be very disappointing to a lot of PlayStation fans because we want and we feel like we absolutely need a showcase, but they could do it. Now, I feel like if Sony were to do that, boy, would they be pushing it big time. But they could. What it would also mean, though, is that Sony would have to do, again, like I need to highlight a couple of things here. You know what? Hold on. I'm changing up my thought process because I just remembered a couple of things in real time right now. I take back what I just said. Flip-flopping already. I take back what I just said because I have this tendency, and I don't think it's my fault. I actually think it's Sony's fault. I have this tendency to forget that there are two things we know about right now that are still there. Sony has confirmed it literally themselves. This is not a rumor. This is not a leak. This is like 100% from the horse's mouth. One, PlayStation VR 2 is a thing. And I feel like I keep forgetting that. It may not be coming out this year, but if it's not coming out at the end of this year, it's coming out early next year. So that right there, in my opinion, automatically makes it so actually Sony could not go this year without having a showcase, at least one dedicated to PSVR 2. The second thing, and I feel like I keep mentioning this, but it's because one thing I know about PlayStation fans, especially being one of them, is we never get tired. Well, we do get tired of it, but we never stop hoping or wanting for PlayStation Showcase because they're so rare, but they're so good when they happen. And here we go. Salvazardo 6 coming in clutch with the second point that I was about to make. They still have two, not one, two unannounced live service games that they are supposed to drop by March of 2023. By March of 2023. I'm going to say it one more time. March 2023. They have to have a showcase between now and March of 2023. And let me ask you, do we really think Sony's going to have a showcase in January or February of 2023? I highly, highly, highly doubt it. So it feels like we're approaching it, guys. It feels like the time. I hate saying that. I hate saying that because I know that every time I say that, it's like, well, now it's gone. It's not going to happen because MBG said it. But it really, come on. Just objectively speaking, looking at the facts, Sony's going to have to talk. They can't not talk. They can't not announce these games. They can't not, announce these two live service titles. Can't have. You know what? Hold on, though. Hold on. Things might. Think of this for a second. Salvazardo 6. The two unannounced live service games. We need to keep this in mind. When Jim Ryan said that they have two unannounced live service games, that was before Neil Druckmann announced the Last of Us multiplayer game, or specifically showed off the concept art. Is that one of them? Do they count that? Was that one of the two games that they were thinking of announcing? I want to say I don't think so, because that was a pretty weak announcement. Like, that was very much just like, hey, yeah, we're still working on that multiplayer game. Here's a piece of concept art, and we'll talk more about it next year. Like, I feel like if that's what they were counting... See, no, hold on. I take it back. Because I feel like that can't count, right? Surely that can't count because we already knew about this game. Even before Neil Druckmann showed off that concept art, we knew this game was in development. Surely Jim Ryan wasn't referring to that, right? I don't know. Maybe that's just something to consider. Josh, you're saying PlayStation already announced they are investing heavily in the metaverse, which ultimately means blockchain. Same with Microsoft. So I don't know, man. That's what's weird is, did you see Microsoft recently took a shit on NFTs in the biggest way they could, where they're like, they announced that NFTs will not be integrated into Minecraft. That's huge. I actually was going to make a video on that. I forgot to. And I was going to make the title of the video, Microsoft really did something good this time. And I applaud Microsoft for that, and I applaud Xbox because that's good. I've seen Phil Spencer kind of push back against NFTs before, and I think that them denouncing NFTs publicly with Minecraft, again, one of the biggest games in the world, that's a huge blow to NFTs, and I'm glad. I think, see, when I could be foolish here, but when I think of Sony talking about the metaverse, I'm thinking more about like the future of like PSVR 2 and maybe like another version of PlayStation Home. Like, did you guys consider maybe what PlayStation Home could be like with this new PlayStation Stars program? Think about it. With the new PlayStation Stars program, Sony said that you can unlock digital items that, they're not NFTs. They're nothing like NFTs. They're just digital items you can unlock, like a platinum trophy, but something that's like, I don't know. They didn't explain exactly what they will be, but all I'm trying to say is that PlayStation Stars program and the rewards you can unlock really sounded like something that could be very easily integrated into a new version of PlayStation Home. No NFTs required, right? Nothing to do with NFTs, just PlayStation Home being its own thing. And so I would love to see another version of PlayStation Home. I think that'd be great. But yeah, getting back to talking about these announcements and a showcase. I mean, look, Sony's had a great year already, and I feel like, see, here's what I'm thinking might happen. Or, I'll ask you guys this question before I give my thoughts on it. I want to ask the question, do we think that Sony will do both a dedicated state of play for God of War and then do a dedicated showcase? Are they going to separate those two things, or maybe Sony will just combine them and they'll say, look, we're going to do a showcase for, all the PlayStation studios for the big thing where we're going to show you games that are coming in 2023, but we're also going to show a big chunk of gameplay for God of War, which is coming out very soon. I feel like this is where I'm a little bit, I don't know which would be the better way to do it, because I just feel like Sony would not do that, right? I feel like Sony wouldn't combine the two, and I'm going to tell you why. I feel like they're going to be separate things, because Sony doesn't show really large chunks of gameplay in their showcases anymore, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's not, because they have a time and place to do that. State of plays. And so I think that the showcase is more for showing at most 4 to 5 minute gameplay trailers, not deep dives. And I feel like God of War is going to have to get a deep dive. They might not. Sony might just be like, we're not doing a deep dive state of play for God of War. I think that would be fascinating, but that would be very unlike Sony. And so I feel like the showcase is going to happen in September. And when it does, I think it's going to basically be totally focused on 2023. I've seen some people hoping that maybe we'll get our first Wolverine proper trailer at the showcase in September. And I'm like, well, I mean, I don't think that would mean it's coming out in 2023, but it could be. It could be at the showcase, but I think that that's what's so exciting about the prospect of a September showcase, because Sony's doing it late enough in the year where, realistically speaking, they wouldn't have to focus too much. Well, no, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Because I just, the reality is, I think they don't have to focus on it, but I think they would want to. I think Sony would want to have Hogwarts Legacy. You know what I mean? I think they would want to show maybe the Callisto Protocol. Because even though it feels like, they're doing a showcase in September, 2022 is already over, but it's not. It's not. They're still going to have a lot of hardware to sell. So I don't know. I see somebody saying, just wait for the snitch. Well, yeah, dude, it's pretty obvious by now that the snitch, the reason why he's reliable is because he can tell you what Sony, as well as other publishers, what they're uploading on YouTube's back end before it's released. And so if this is assuming that Sony's going to have a pre-recorded showcase, he will probably leak some stuff, and it will probably be correct. And then Sony will be like, you know what? Take it out at the last second. Horizon DLC? Yeah, we did talk about that yesterday. That could be a thing. Josh, again, you're saying, dude, blockchain doesn't start and finish with NFTs. Microsoft bought A/B, or Activision Blizzard, and they said they did it for the metaverse push. I think gamers should educate themselves. Well, I mean, Josh, maybe you can explain it a little bit further. I just feel like when we talk about NFTs, they're intertwined and they kind of go hand in hand with the blockchain. So I don't know. I do listen to. Here's the thing. Like I have listened to people explain this in depth, and even when they explain it in depth, I'm still just like, I'm not feeling like I'm not picking up what you're putting down. You know. And I know that some people make it sound like, oh, it's because you don't get it, but it's like, is it that we don't get it, or is that it just doesn't actually really? It's not that it necessarily doesn't make sense, but it's like unnecessarily convoluted and complicated to the point where most people are like, do we really need this? You know what I mean? I just see somebody saying Kratos versus Jesus ? Like, I don't know. Could you imagine that? Yeah, I don't think that would go down very well, PR wise with Sony. But you know, giving my mid-year review, I'll ask you guys, how do you grade Sony PlayStation so far from January 1st to July 24th? How do you grade PlayStation's year so far? A, B, C, or D or lower? I'm going to be curious to see what you guys put in the chat. And while you're at it, please hit the like button. We have over still 700 people hanging out. We are almost to the 3-hour mark. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go 4 hours today. I'll go as long as I can, but I don't know. I don't know if I expended a lot of energy ranting earlier. I see some A, B plus, A plus, C. Okay, I see one C. Another C. For those of you who are giving it a C, I'm curious why. I feel like a B makes a lot of sense, but I think a C is pretty. I can only assume that people giving them a C, maybe they just weren't as interested in games like Horizon or Sifu and stuff, or GT7. But I see a lot of A's and B's, and to give my rating, I feel like I have to give them a B plus only because I didn't play GT7, because it's not my cup of tea, you know, like and because I'm leaning towards an A, but I feel disingenuous giving them an A because that, like, I'll put it to you this way. Like, generally speaking, I think Sony gets an A. I think that they have been doing a great job this year. They provided a lot of content, a lot of diverse content, a lot of big and small games so far. But personally, I think I have to give it a B because I didn't partake in GT7, and that's like one of the bigger games of the year. But one of the bigger games of the generation for PlayStation. It's just not my thing. So I couldn't partake in it. But I will tell you, I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to ask this question again in December, or maybe at the end of November, probably December. And I'll ask you guys, you know, how do you grade PlayStation's entire 2022? I don't think there's any way I don't give it an A, because again, I feel like God of War, man. I'm just so eager for Sony to talk more about God of War. I feel like it's so close, but still so far. I know that they gotta like let The Last of Us have its time before they really start talking. I see somebody saying, MBG, will you talk about Xbox getting Discord voice chat before PlayStation? So, yeah, somebody give me some info on that. I didn't pay too much attention. I heard it's like a nightmare. Like, I heard the way that Discord is integrated in Xbox is an absolute nightmare and like not good. That's anecdotal. I don't know if it's true or not. So maybe you can let me know. But I did find that kind of humorous, where it's like Sony announces a partnership with Discord to bring Discord to PlayStation, and then Microsoft ends up getting Discord chat first. But I don't use Discord. I don't, and I'm not interested in it. I don't. Somebody says it's awful. Saying your brother showed you it. It's a joke. You have to have your own phone app. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it is funny. You're saying it's not even integrated. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think people were like making a big deal about it, but maybe that's why it's not on PlayStation yet, because they're taking their time and they're making sure it's going to be something that's like really seamless. And maybe I'll start using Discord. I don't know. Maybe I'll start using it when it's integrated with PlayStation. I'm just not interested because I don't feel the need. You know what I mean? I feel like I already have so much to manage. I don't know. You know what though? I will say this, and don't hold me to this. It's just a thought I had, and maybe this will happen. I was going to say that I feel like I have so much to manage already when it comes to communication, where I have my YouTube channel, comments, polls, and anywhere where comments exist on my channel, streams, like right now with you guys. And then I also have Twitter, but I was like, what if I were to replace Twitter with Discord? Maybe that would be a lot better in general, where it's like more like-minded people, where I don't have to be exposed to so much unnecessary toxicity. That's something I may consider. In fact, maybe that would be better for my mental health, and we can kind of just enjoy our conversations a little bit more. Not necessarily living in a bubble, but just, I feel, because like I really feel like people follow, literally, I know for a fact there are people who despise me and hate me and can't stand me, and they purposely follow me on Twitter. They purposely follow me on Twitter. Shelly, you're saying I'd regret that? Maybe I would. I've never used Discord. I don't know. I don't know if Discord's better or worse. I'm inexperienced with it, so Discord is for everyone, really. Mostly people on PC use it more than people on console. You're saying you take it back. That would be better, though, for me. You're saying I don't know how Twitter bothers you so much, but whatever. It's not, dude, Sewell, it's not that Twitter bothers me so much. And Zanarkhan, I'm going to read your super chat in a second. It's not that it bothers me so much. It's the fact that it takes so much of my focus. And that's something I still struggle with in life in general. I'm really trying to work on, where I realize that you can't expect things to not exist and not be there. It's a matter of where you choose to put your focus. And I find so much that Twitter sucks up so much of my focus. And it's just unfortunately that so much of that focus is on things that are just straight up not good. It's just toxic. It's needless. And that's the most important thing. It's needless. There's no need for it. And that's what bothers me about me, is like, I just think, why am I putting so much of my focus here? Like, I would be better served putting more focus on the community members here, not channel members. I mean, of course, channel members, but just people who are true supporters of me and my channel and my content and the community that we have built here, And I really am going to try to work on that, like, sincerely, because that's like an aspect. That's like a self-improvement thing that I'm trying to work on in general. I also, when I was younger, I was diagnosed with AD. I don't know if it was ADD or ADHD, but what I know is that I had one of those two, or I was diagnosed with it, and I feel like that's kind of part of the problem, where it's like I get too absorbed in things, and it can be problematic. It can be good, but it also can be problematic. It's about balance, really, as is everything. Zanarkhan, you're saying, MBG, the condition for Deadpool to come to the MCU by Ryan Reynolds is that it had to be R18. The Punisher might be R18. Us Marvel fans are worried about Daredevil coming to MCU. PG-13 rating, Netflix show R18. So, yeah, that's the one thing that I'm a little confused about, to switch topics for just a moment. Daredevil, so that's coming to Netflix, but like, so wait, I thought Marvel stuff was only on Disney Plus. So I'm a little confused that it's also going to Netflix. Is it going to both, or is there some kind of deal? I don't know. I'm a little bit confused with Daredevil. How to speedrun, you're saying, usually YouTubers allow people to join the membership perks to provide a private Discord. It is a fun thing to do generally, as long as it's with admin. Yeah, okay, I heard that. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, I've been, a lot of my members have been asking, when I'm going to introduce some more perks, or a lot of them have suggested something like that. And I know I'm really slow at this shit, and I apologize. It's just that focusing on the channel and the content production and keeping up with the podcast every single week, it's a lot. It is. And it's hard to, even just the littlest thing feels like it's like, okay, now I'm tipping overboard here. Because I do this solo, but maybe that really is something. Like if I choose to maybe remove Twitter or interacting with Twitter in favor of creating a Discord for my members and people can join and support for like whether it's the $5 tier or I know that they allow other tiers on YouTube, something like that. I'll look into it. I'll really put some thought into it because that might be the way to go for sure. For everybody, for us as a community and also for me, right? On a personal level. Okay. So yeah, I mean that pretty much is that everything I have to say for that topic. PlayStation's mid-year review. Just to close it out, saying you have to find good mods you trust. Yeah, that'll probably be a really important thing to do. Yeah, I'll put thought into it for sure. But that does it for that topic. PlayStation in 2022 so far, I'm happy and I'm satisfied. I think that the only thing I'm hopeful for going forward is I hope that they have some more announcements. I hope that they have some new stuff to show. I hope that we get to see more God of War. And I hope that the conversation around The Last of Us eases up a little bit. Like, that's one thing I'm going to make sure going forward that I don't want to be so, again, like I don't regret ranting about it. It's just I know that ranting about it feeds just on a surface level. It feeds into that I'm coming off as confrontational, and I know that doesn't help the situation. But I'm just hoping that everything that was said is said, and we've all had our conversations, and at this point, it's just a matter of kind of agreeing to disagree, and people will do what they want. And I'm hoping that we can have some really good content flow going into the remainder of this year. And a big part of that I'm hoping is because PlayStation's going to be delivering some amazing shit, man. Like I can't wait for God of War. I really can't. It's going to be huge. I'm very excited. Again, we're right at that point where it feels like it's so far but so close at the same time. Yeah, I'm not. See, that's the type of stuff I'm not even going to cover. I see somebody saying like they're going to review bomb The Last of Us Part 1. Like that's not even. It doesn't matter. Like that's pathetic. Like that's not how you're going to send a message. That's just again feeding into the toxicity, I think. Okay, let me see what other topics I have here. Okay, so I'm going to talk about, and I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, but we're going to dive a little bit more deeper. Well, actually, I have more topics to discuss than I realized. Okay, so we have Stray, which I'm going to talk a little bit about because it seems to be a major hit, bigger than anybody was expecting. After that, I'm going to talk a little bit about Ubisoft shutting down their new live service game. I'm not going to talk about that too long, but I think that is I have something to say about that. And then I'm going to close out the podcast with my Final Fantasy VII Remake update, which I still can't believe I haven't beat the game yet. I'm finding myself quite surprised at how long this game actually is. Not in a bad way. I didn't expect. I'm 40 hours in and I still haven't beaten it, which is crazy to me. To be fair, I did spend a lot of time playing the what's it called? Like the arenas and whatnot. So, as an Arcane Blitzer, you're saying before Disney Plus, Marvel made mature R18 shows on Netflix: Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, The Defenders, The Punisher. All finished. They left Netflix earlier this Feb. Now on Disney Plus. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I get why people are saying the Disney effect and whatnot. All right, well, let's talk about Stray briefly. Now, first of all, I have to let you know I haven't played Stray yet. I really was thinking about it. I was thinking about subscribing to PS Plus to play it, and I think at some point I'm going to. It's just I don't feel like I'm in a rush. I heard the game's pretty short. But I heard it's actually really, really good. I've actually seen some people saying Stray is their game of the year, which is very surprising to me. I did watch a little bit of the gameplay, and I'm like, this has a very atmospheric tone, and I'm a cat person as well. I mean, obviously, I'm a cat person, so that interests me. And I think what really surprised me about Stray is I'm just kind of shocked that it blew up as big as it did. Like, there's more conversation, I think, around like Stray than any other like PlayStation associated indie in a long time. And I have to imagine that this is good for PlayStation. It's obviously very good for the development team. It's very good for Annapurna Interactive. But I think this is good for Sony too, because this is like, it's just another one of those situations where Sony tries to project this image of quality first, and they actually they exude that with indie games as well that they try to associate with. You're saying you don't have PS Plus Premium? Come on, MBG. Well, I'm thinking of upgrading to it soon, so that way I can play God of War 1 and 2 and 3 if they have it on there as well. But the reason why I just don't feel the need right now at this exact moment, and why I'm okay not playing Stray right this moment, is because I'm still playing Final Fantasy, and I feel like I'm afraid that if I try to play something else, like another story-driven game or something like that, it's going to pull me away from it. Not because I'm disinterested, but because, again, like I usually like playing like one story-based game at a time. I don't like juggling them. But yeah, I see somebody saying they love the world building and the storytelling of Stray top notch. And that's what's really interesting me about it at first. And I'm beginning to realize that is very much what this game is. You're even not playing it, but I could see like this is a game where you are exploring and the story begins to slowly unfold. Reminds me of Returnal a little bit. Like Returnal was like that, where just strange environments where you got to interact with some stuff. I mean, obviously there's a lot of combat in Returnal. I don't think there's much in Stray, but you're learning about the story through the environment, and it just always kind of keeps you on the hook, where every area you progress to, you're going to learn more about what's going on here, and I love that stuff. I do. And so I think this is just another one of those indie games where Sony, specifically Shuhei Yoshida, I think we have to give Shu a lot of credit here, because I think everybody thought that he was like, it was a joke, maybe not a joke, but they were surprised that he was put to the head of indies, and a lot of people kind of viewed that as that's like a demotion. But like, I don't think so, man. If anything, it's like more important than ever before as Sony is pursuing their AAA greatness, right, and putting more and more focus on being the top dog in the AAA gaming space, that they also have to find that balance where you can't neglect indies, and they're not. And it's just that Sony is putting that same mentality forward, where it's like we want to have quality indies. We're not just gonna partner with any indie. And I think Stray is a huge win for everybody involved with it. And it's interesting because I saw, didn't Microsoft release their own indie the same day that they partnered with? It was I forget the name of the game, but it has like that really unique art style. And I think that Dusk Falls. There we go. Microsoft funded it. I don't know if it's like bad or not, but I did notice it was getting like pretty mixed reviews. But I think it's safe to say that Stray absolutely overshadowed that game. And that's where it's just like, even in the indie space, like this, it's interesting to me. And the only reason I'm bringing that game up and I'm bringing Microsoft up is because Stray is one of the first games that launched, like one of the bigger games, I guess you could say, indie game, but still bigger, that launched into PlayStation Plus. Oh, wow. Is that true? 66,000 people on Stray versus 300? That seems too low. 300 users for the other game? That's no way. Nuh-uh. Surely you mean 3,000. 300? That's fucking crazy, if true. Damn. That's surprising. But it's fascinating, man, because I mean, let me tell you, if Sony can continue to partner with these developers and these indies, and they can get the type of attention that they are, and they can be the type of quality that they are, then I think that means Sony. It further proves that Sony made the right move, not doing day and date with their big AAA exclusives and risk, sacrificing that because they won't need to, right? Right? So, yes, I don't know, man. Sony just has a knack for this stuff. A knack. Sony does have a knack, literally, don't they? Guys, I think I ranted too hard today. I think I got my blood pressure too high. I'm starting to get a headache. I feel like that usually only happens if my blood pressure's up for too long. Damn Last of Us. Stressing me the fuck out. But you're saying Their Lost Dusk Falls has an incredible story and characters. Maybe it is good. Maybe it's just getting maybe it's just not getting the type of attention. But yeah, I just had to give a moment to talk about Stray being a massive hit because I just think that Sony continues to prove that they're doing good in both the AAA space and the indie space. And I think that's always important to highlight because apparently, not that long ago, everybody thought, oh man, Sony's abandoning indies. They're treating indies like shit. They're not giving indies a platform. It's like, I think Sony does a great job between state of plays, their showcases, and actually supporting these quality indie games. Because I'll tell you what, man, I'm not about indies. I'm just not. And I'll tell you why. Have you guys gone? I've ranted about this before, and I'm not going to rant. I don't have it in me. But have you guys gone to the PlayStation Store and just looked at the mountain of shit that is there? It's disgusting to me. I've seen some of the most fucking ridiculous garbage games that I literally almost wish Sony would not let these games on the platform because it's a joke. It's a joke. I mean, it's like mobile. It's like the equivalent of mobile garbage. And I think it's sad. And I kind of hate going into the PlayStation Store and seeing that because it's just like, it doesn't rub me the right way, right? Like I just look at it and I'm like, yikes, that's sad. And I know it's not just on the PlayStation Store. I know it's everywhere, but I don't know. I see, like, I literally see like a game called like Hamburger Flipper. And no, it's not like you're simulating being like somebody working at a it's not like fast food worker simulator. It's literally like you're a fucking hamburger patty and you press X to just flip yourself. And you just like flip to. I'm just like, I literally see this shit and I'm like, I'm trying to decide if this is a joke or not. Like I can't tell if this is a joke. And it's like $2. And I'm like, you know what the crazy part is though? They're probably making good money. Maybe I should make some indie game called I see a bunch of them. I saw like another one too. It's like, you're saying what's wrong with flipping burgers? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but I'm like, and that's the thing. Like, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it. I mean, for $2, you're gonna get what you pay for. But I'm just surprised. I'm just like, what? Like, this game looks like it. But I will say this, and this is fascinating to me. When I'm exploring the PlayStation Store, I do see these indie games where you can tell they're trying, and it's like you can tell it's very amateurish. And I'm not a game developer. So I'm not going to judge anything I see. I love somebody says MBG so biased. What? Because I'm not excited about $2 hamburger flipper game. What? Oh man. But I do see these games that are indie games, and you can tell they're very, very small projects, and you could tell like there's passion there, and like these are developers, these are people who are just starting out and they're trying their best. And I'm gonna be honest, like I sometimes I just look at these games and I'm like, they're it doesn't look very good. Like it's rough. It's rough. But there you could tell like this, and I do appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Like I do appreciate seeing these games where you can tell like these are people who to them they're passionate about this. Like they're actually trying to create art. They're trying to create something interesting, you know? And I do feel a little bad because I'm going to be honest, like I'm not supporting these games. I'm not going to lie. I'm not buying these games or playing them, but I have noticed that I do find myself more frequently than I ever have before kind of going into the store and looking around and trying to not be judged too harshly. Like I just saw this game, like when I clicked on the PS5 store and game releases coming soon, and there was this game, it looks like it's about a mouse. And I'm like, okay, like the cover art has kind of intrigues me, and I'm looking at it, and again, it's like a small indie studio or it could be a single developer, and the graphics are not that great, you know. I'm like, okay, it's kind of rough, but I'm like reading the description, and I'm looking, and I'm like, they're trying, they're trying, and I respect that. I respect that, and good for them. It's just when I see this mindless stuff that's like. People are just, you know, you can tell people are just pumping this. I'm going to have to call it garbage because that's what it is. Like, it's just stuff that it's like, it's mindless. There's like, this adds nothing. This adds nothing of value. This has like nothing of value at all. You know what I mean? And I think that when you see they're charging like $1 or $2 for it, it kind of proves that. You know what I mean? Like, you guys, you're charging $1 for this game. It must be not good. But, you know, there is a really low budget, low effort game called Lady in a Dress Shooting a Gun. Oh my God. I love the title, Lady in a Dress Shooting a Gun. I wonder what this game is going to be about. Josh, you're saying, I've just seen the Black Panther trailer. They should have recast or not made it. How do you have a Black Panther movie without Black Panther in it? I heard some people speculating that they didn't recast in this, like the Black Panther in this universe, but now that they're doing multiverse stuff, that opens the door of possibility for a different version of Black Panther to come through. So if you think about it that way, maybe it does make sense. They're respecting the actor and, you know, his untimely death by not recasting him. And then maybe eventually down the line, there will be like a different version that kind of comes through from the multiverse where, you know, they could do it that way. Just something I saw some people saying. How to speedrun, you're saying those games are for trophy, like 1 miss easy platinum. Yeah, or 1 minute easy platinum. Yeah, I've seen that too. And I've actually heard people talking about how like there are developers who kind of exploit trophy hunters where they just produce these $1 to $2 I apologize, guys. I realized that my mic is like covering a big portion of my face. I didn't realize that. I wasn't looking. I'll try to keep my head up a little bit because you're just seeing literally like the top of my face. But I have heard that there are developers that kind of do that. They keep pumping out these just literal joke games that are $1 because they know that there's an audience that for some reason will buy them just to get that platinum. But where's the honor in that? Where's the honor in that platinum, huh? People do realize that Black Panther is a mantle, not a singular person, right? Yeah, that is true. That is true. I've just come to realize that I'm not completely interested in everything that Marvel does. You know, like I'm at a point where like I'm watching Loki, and I'm literally at the very end of Loki, and I like it. I watched WandaVision. I thought that was great. I was actually surprised. I did not expect WandaVision to be that good, and I'm like, I really enjoyed that. It was a good show. I enjoyed every minute of it. And now I'm watching Loki, and I'm really enjoying it. You know what I couldn't watch? I decided to skip Falcon and Winter Soldier because I'm going to be honest. I'm not interested. I was like never really interested in Captain America to begin with. It's like nothing against the character, but I'm not interested. I never really enjoyed Bucky as a character. They're fine, but I'm like, maybe I'm just gonna skip this show and check out Loki. Loki's pretty funny though. I enjoyed that. I'm enjoying that. You know what? I watched a breakdown for I watched like a recap for Falcon and Winter Soldier, and I'm kind of glad I didn't watch it because it literally seemed exactly what I thought it was going to be. Not in a just something that I'm like, I don't think I'm going to be that interested in it. And I took the right move there, or I made the right move. Oh, by the way, talking movies for just a second here and shows. Did you guys see the John Wick 4 trailer? Holy shit. Holy shit, I cannot wait. And did you see that promotional image? He's holding nunchucks. I'm like, oh, I can't wait for this movie, man. Can't wait for John Wick 4. Going to be incredible. Straying a little bit off topic here, but let me see. So we're going to move to the next topic, which is about this game that Ubisoft just released a new live service game. It's been out for a couple months and then they canceled it. And I have something to say about it. Not much, but just something. Captain America Winter Soldier is one of the best Marvel movies. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I don't know, that there's just like a certain tone. There's a certain tone with Captain America and the Captain America movies that I like, but I just can't get that into. I don't know why, but I thought the first Captain America movie was good, and obviously Civil War was really good. I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I feel like ever since Chris Evans was like, yeah, I'm not going to be Captain America anymore. I just kind of like was like, all right, well, to me, he's Captain America, and I just don't really care about anybody else who's going to play him, really, so. But I know that Captain America is also like supposed to be a mantle as well. So saying Captain America is greater than every other MCU hero. I don't know, man. That's a loaded statement. Saying Miss Marvel is a delight. Yeah, I'll give it a chance. I'll try to anyway. I heard Moon Knight's really good. All right. So talking about this live service game that Ubisoft decided to abruptly cancel, I do have a point that I want to make here with this. So I'm going to read this to you. Ubisoft's Roller Champions will soon be canceled. It's claims. So it says Ubisoft's free-to-play sports title Roller Champions will soon conclude development just months after launch, it's claimed. Speaking on the Xbox Era podcast, Giant Bomb journalist Jeff Grubb claimed that Roller Champions is going to be canceled after Season 3. Reading a message from a source, VGC has requested comment from Ubisoft. Announced in 2019 and launched in May of 2022. So let that sink in. This game just came out in May of 2022. Roller Champions is a free-to-play online sports game developed by Ubisoft Montreal. The game has received several seasons of content following its launch, and according to Ubisoft's recent financial call, is tracking better than Hyperscape. Ubisoft's now canceled Battle Royale. Ubisoft is just literally trying everything. However, this reportedly hasn't translated into much popularity. At the time of writing, less than 100 people were watching the game on Twitch. Developed by Ubisoft Montreal, Hyperscape was a free-to-play 100-player Battle Royale FPS set in a futuristic urban environment called Neo Arcadia, because that sounds original. The game launched in open beta from July 2020. However, just a year after its release, Ubisoft has stopped releasing major updates for the game. During an earnings call on Thursday, Ubisoft confirmed it canceled Ghost Recon Frontline and Splinter Cell VR and 2 unannounced games, and that Avatar Frontiers of Pandora was also delayed. Okay, there's a couple things I want to take note of here. Josh Z, you're saying, I'm playing Canterbury of Spirits. Perfect example of the potential of indies. It was made by Ember Lab, who previously made a modern short film based on Zelda Majora's Mask. I think the staff is small. Yeah, I heard that they're pretty small. Dude, Kana it was hard to believe that was their first time making a game. That was very impressive. So I agree, man. It is a great example of just the potential that indies have today, where indies, in a way, as big budget AAA games get bigger, it's almost like certain indies also get bigger, and indies will like eventually become what AAA games used to be. And as AAA games evolve into something even bigger than previously, what they could have been previously, what was previously possible. And I think Kana is a great example of that. But thank you for that super chat, Josh. And talking about this game, so there's a couple things I want to say here about this. First of all, this is what I fear. What we are witnessing right now, I think in the industry, there's a lot of reason. I think people have a lot of very good reasons to fear live service, and it makes it difficult for me to try to tell people not to be nervous and not to be scared, because what we are witnessing in real time on a month-to-month, year-to-year basis is more and more publishers are totally transfixed on just doing anything they need to do to get that big hit game, that self-sustaining game, that Fortnite, that GTA Online. And this is why people end up hating games as a service. It is disturbing. There is a disturbing trend. And this is, I know I said earlier in this podcast that we shouldn't worry about like Naughty Dog's live service game, and we shouldn't worry about Sony going all in on live service. But I have to acknowledge the truth here, guys, in that there is something we should fear. And that something is that it's this trend that I'm alluding to. And this trend is one that says when a publisher strikes gold with a game as a service, and when I say strikes gold, I mean they have a game that is so universally successful, it kind of just takes over. They seemingly abandon everything else. And they literally just decide, we're going to put all of our eggs in this basket, and this is our future. If you think about it, even before, Call of Duty has been a game as a service for a long time. Call of Duty, it's not free to play, but it has transformed into a game as a service. I think that's a great first example of like Activision used to do a lot more than just Call of Duty, and eventually they stopped, and it was all just Call of Duty. But then they came back briefly, and they're like, we're gonna try another Crash. We're gonna do, at the very least, we're gonna do some remasters. They tried Guitar Hero again, and they ran that into the ground. And they tried to make Guitar Hero a fucking live service. And these different endeavors, they weren't working because they're like, well, this isn't as successful as Call of Duty. And it's like, okay, maybe it doesn't need to be. And then they're like, no, now we're just only focusing on Call of Duty. They're literally rolling their other studios. Like, you remember Neversoft, was that what they were called? I think, with the I, and more recently was Vicarious Visions. They're dismantling these studios, and they're rolling them into support studios for this singular live service game. And it's becoming this big machine. And it's because that is literally the definition of putting all your eggs in one basket. And now we are seeing the same fucking thing happen with GTA. And I'm telling you, the only thing that gives me any hope for GTA, and oh man, dude, if it has to, I have to believe, because if GTA is announced, I'm not saying it's going to be, and I know we talked about this before, but this is worth bringing up. And Sean, I'm going to get to your super chat in 1 second. If GTA 6 is announced and it doesn't have a traditional, keep in mind, I'm emphasizing the word traditional, single player component that's massive, oh boy, is that going to be a fucking day of reckoning like we have not seen, and it's going to be bad. And I'm not trying to fearmonger, but because that's the thing, is what that will signal is something that I don't know can be reversed. And I don't believe that's going to happen. I want to say that absolutely they're going to have a big, massive quadruple A, if you want to use that ridiculous terminology, single player experience. And of course, GTA Online is the breadwinner there. It's the money maker. It's the everything for them for the next 10 years after the single player comes out. But I feel like at this point, if Rockstar can still deliver a massive sprawling single player with GTA 6 that people expect, like they did with Red Dead Redemption 2, like they did with GTA 5, then it means is that single player in the massive AAA space, even in the space where they put all of their eggs in one basket, still exists. It's not gone yet. Because my fear is that we're not going to get that. Like even looking at Modern Warfare 2, yes, it is a game as a service. I'm glad that they're doing a single player. Like we have not reached that point, luckily, where it's been proven that, these games can thrive without single player. Some can, like you think of Fortnite, but I'm getting a little bit away from the point I'm trying to make. Let me get back to it, and then I'm going to read these super chats. The point I'm trying to make with these single player game or these live service games is that the trend we see is when a publisher strikes gold, they seemingly have no problem abandoning almost everything else that they were putting effort into. We have witnessed this, unfortunately. We witnessed it with Activision and Call of Duty. We've witnessed it with Fortnite and Epic Games, right? We've witnessed it with Rockstar and GTA Online. And it's not all doom and gloom, but it's just the more successful that these big juggernaut service games become, the more other publishers want to reach that point. And the harder they try to get to that point, the more you realize that I don't know that all of these things can exist. Like I almost am scared that if, let's just take a second to imagine that when Naughty Dog releases the Last of Us multiplayer game, it is free to play. It's on PC and it's on PlayStation and maybe not Xbox, but it's on those platforms, and it just fucking skyrockets. I mean, it's like the next big thing. Like it's up there with Call of Duty all of a sudden. It's just taking over, right? Like we saw this happen with games like PUBG and Fortnite and many others. It just takes over and everybody's talking about it. You can't escape it. And it's like, holy shit, we did it. Like, this is it. This is the moment. I would be fucking terrified at that notion, because at that point, I would have to worry, because I know it's easy to say right now, Sony isn't like that. Sony wouldn't do that. And I want to believe, and a part of me does, that they wouldn't do that. They would never stop making single player games. Never. But if there's one thing we also have to understand, and this is just the reality of business, man, is that plans can, do, and will change. And so we could see a situation where, like, if that happens and Naughty Dog's multiplayer game fucking skyrockets and it has like it has more players than Fortnite, which I don't think would ever happen in any reality, but it's like it's surpassing GTA, it's surpassing Fortnite, or even if it's not The Last of Us, but it's any of these games that Sony puts out. Anything that Naughty Dog was just working on, I'm pretty sure they're going to put that on the fucking back burner, because they're going to be like, oh, damn, we got to go pump out content for this game. Jim Ryan will mandate that. See, that's what I'm saying. Jim Ryan will say, I don't care what this single player game is you're working on. You got to go support this mega hit service game. And that, see, I'm not trying to fearmonger, because this is the thing. We've witnessed this. I'm not saying this from nothing. I'm saying that we've watched this happen. And so my hope for Sony's live service endeavors, I'm going to be real right now, I hope they never find that type of success. I don't want Sony to have their own Fortnite or GTA Online or Call of Duty. I really don't, because the implications of what happens after that are frightening. for the traditional PlayStation fan. So when I look at Ubisoft, man, well, here's something else I want to say. I see somebody saying like, this is how fear sounds. Well, listen, here's the thing. If Sony were to find that type of success, it wouldn't necessarily look bad to most people. You do realize that, right? Like, that's the like, let me ask you, for all the people that get together and talk about GTA Online and they're like, man, what a disappointment that it's turned into. Man, Rockstar isn't what they used to be. Things have changed. It doesn't matter. No one's listening to them. They're the minority, dude. Because you know what Rockstar found? An audience so big, so casual, so vast that they don't ever have to rely on that on the people that used to. I'm just trying to be exactly. I'm just trying to be realistic here, guys, where it's not all doom and gloom. Again, I'm not trying to jump to conclusions, but we have to map out the possibilities here. Somebody says when they taste that Fortnite money, it's all over. Dude, Fortnite makes me sick a little bit. Only not because of the game itself or because of Epic Games, but because it's just what makes me sick is knowing that every video game publisher, every executive that is in charge of a video game publisher is looking at that game and like, we need that. And it's almost like they're willing to do anything to get it. And I can't stand that. And I feel like just highlighting this situation from Ubisoft, it's like Ubisoft is fucking pathetic, dude. Like, you're literally trying everything. You have no dignity. You're not even hiding it. And I hope Sony at least has some dignity about it, right? And that could be the difference. Maybe Sony does have some pride. Maybe Sony says, this game looks like straight fucking trash. We're canceling it. This ain't worth sacrificing our reputation because this ain't going to be the big hit, And you hear about Sony investing more in the mobile space. Again, it's all about growth, and I'm not against growth. I just don't want to. It's just that sometimes with excessive growth comes stagnation, right? And that's what I'm afraid of. And right now, Sony doesn't have that problem. Again, I just gave my mid-year review for Sony. They're doing great. They're on top of things. But what would this year look like if? How different would this year look for Sony if they did have a ridiculously successful free-to-play live service that was one of the most played games in the world? Would we have gotten as many games this year? Would they care as much about these indie titles? Hopefully the answer is yes, absolutely. I want to have faith that yes, they wouldn't, they're not going to, I want to have faith that if Sony finds tremendous success with live service, they do not turn into Activision, Rockstar, right? And I want to have faith that they won't. How could they? Hanzo, you're saying Herman said that they are not abandoning single player. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Between Herman Hulst and between Jim Ryan, and it's no offense, like I like Herman Hulst. They have a job to do, and I want to put faith in Herman Hulst. Like, I want to believe that Herman, he has the spirit, right? Like, he is a developer. He was widely responsible for Horizon Zero Dawn. Like, he knows firsthand the importance. I want to put faith in him that he is essentially the barrier between PlayStation Studios and Jim Ryan, where if Jim Ryan is like, we need to do all this because this is what the numbers say, but I hope Herman can be the one to step in and be like, well, no. This is why we have to not go all in entirely. Like, for all we know, Herman might be the reason why we don't have 20 live service games in development. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I know for sure, but he could be the reason, So, you gotta take everything that's said with a pinch of salt. That's what I've learned that. I've covered PlayStation long enough. You guys know I talk about all the interviews. I dive deep into everything. And yes, that is absolutely true. Money changes everything. Money changes everything. And this is why I always advocate we have to always put our money where our mouth is. And when a new AAA single player game comes out, such as like God of War, and especially if it's like a new IP like Ghost of Tsushima, we have to show our support. If we believe in it, we have to, again, send that message. Go, like, we're buying this game. Millions of people are buying this game. There's a place for this. We just can't let it get to a point where that's not enough anymore. That's the problem with growth that doesn't stop. Sean, you're saying, I feel what you're saying about indie games. Did you ever try The Forest on PS4? A great indie game that now has a sequel coming with a bigger budget now. No date for console yet. I actually remember seeing quite a bit about that game, The Forest, and it did look intriguing. I got to say, I didn't know that they have a sequel, and I don't know if it's coming to PS5 or not, but I might have to check it out. I think it's like got a little bit of a horror vibe to it. I know it's like a survival game, but I have seen the sequel, and yeah, sometimes these indie games take off, man, and they become AAA games. Jerome, you're saying, didn't Activision delay and cancel things before getting bought? I give it 2 months, and we will find out who grab them. Well, yeah, I do want to say that I'm also, when I mention Activision, I'm forgetting to mention that they are owned by Microsoft now. And because of that, Microsoft, hopefully that's a good thing. Hopefully Microsoft can like kind of start greenlighting new projects from Activision and their vast catalog of IP. That would be great. And Jerome, you're continuing by saying, and I don't see Sifu and Kena and Stray as AA games, not indie. You see them as AA games, not indie. What do you think? Yeah, I see that too. I think they're more in line with AA games. But I think I don't know. It's hard to say. I feel like if a studio says they're indie, then I'll just go with what the studio says, like it's an indie game, you know? But then again, I don't think many studios call their games AA games. So I do mostly agree with you there. Jerome, and maybe that's what Sony needs. Maybe Sony's AAA games are so big, they need these AA games to kind of supplement them. And Jerome, you're continuing by saying, wow, a future where Naughty Dog is a live service studio. And you also say PS4 gen, all big story games, PS5 gen, half of the studio is doing live service, PS6, all in on live service. See, that's what's crazy. And I'm not fully against it, but that is a crazy fact that you're bringing up, Jerome, that yes, there were zero, as far as I'm aware, practically zero live service games from Sony. Or maybe just a random one or two here and there throughout the entire generation, where it was all single player games, man. And this is why I get so annoyed at the people who threw so much criticism. Although, I mean, it existed, but people who threw criticism were like, every Sony game is just a open world, third person, over the shoulder action adventure game. They're all the same. Like, you know what? I hope you're happy because now we're going to be getting potentially 10 to 12 live service games, which they could be great. But, and that's the thing is like, ow, Leia, come on. She just dug her nails into me. You got to be more careful. Cat's attacking me live on the stream. I just feel like, you know, Sony is in a position where they absolutely can afford to have some more multiplayer games. I think it's okay if they want a couple live service games, but it's not that simple. We have to understand that Jim Ryan, I want to emphasize this again, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong because it might be true. Leia, you really, I swear. Come on. Sorry, you know, cat's always getting in the way here. I think it's not wrong, but Jim Ryan has made it clear that they see their future growth in live service games. He didn't say single player games. He didn't say services. He said live service games. And I'll tell you, do you know why Jim Ryan said that? It's because when Jim Ryan looks at the numbers and, they get their number crunchers over at Sony to do projections for them and show them the results, what's making the most money? What is the most, profitable type of video game today? Every sign pointed to live service games. And so Jim Ryan then turns and says, well, how many live service games are we making right now? And Herman Hulst says, well, sir, currently right now we have 0. And Jim Ryan says, well, Herman, we got to change that. Let's do 10. Let's do 10 and see if just one of those 10 can be successful. Maybe 2, maybe 3. And that's it. And that's what they're doing. And again, I see you're saying, MBG, don't confuse live service games with multiplayer games. That's true. That's true. There is a difference. Multiplayer games are like more traditional, but this is just how it is. And I'm not, again, I don't mean to sound like a fearmonger. I just have to consider all the possibilities because I am still excited, guys. Like I'm not going to lie. I am excited to see what Sony can do with some live service games and getting back into the multiplayer space. And there are projects that I hear about that are rumored, like that I definitely am like, yeah, I want to see it. I just don't want to see it be the undoing of PlayStation. That's all. And I know that people are like, there's no way that could happen. It's like, well, I'll tell you right now, I think there's a lot of fans of Rockstar Games that thought there's no way it could ever get to this point with them. And yet there they are, where the only thing, let this sink in, the only thing Rockstar Games is working on is GTA. That's it. Nothing else. Not a single other project. Now, I understand Rockstar is different from Sony. Sony is an entire entity. They are a platform. So I don't believe that Sony could ever just work on one thing. I don't believe that. But that is the truth, man. And you're talking about one of the biggest and best development teams in the world that could be doing a lot more than that, but they're not. And you know why? It's because of money. It's because money. And it's true, money does change everything. So I guess something else, and this is the final thing I'll say before I end the podcast on my Final Fantasy update. The final thing I want to say is that I really hope we don't see a similar situation here, because I feel like what we're witnessing with Ubisoft is in the other direction, in the extreme. I feel like Ubisoft, again, it reminds me of like, we need that one hit wonder song. That's all we need. We just need one mega hit song and we're good. We don't have to worry at all anymore. We could just bank on that song. I feel like Ubisoft is really just trying desperately to have that hit song. Like they're doing everything and anything. And as soon as they realize this isn't the hit, they end it immediately. They just kill it. I don't want to see Sony do that either. Like I want to see these things be given a chance and to grow. And if something isn't the best it could possibly be, like right off the bat, especially if it's a free to play game, like let's give it a chance, and see what can happen. And if it still doesn't work, then maybe end it. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to see them just pumping out games that just suck and fail back to back to back to back. That is the opposite of what PlayStation fans anticipate. So I see somebody saying, that Jim is not by himself in all of this. Yeah, I know that. I know we put a lot of blame on Jim Ryan, and I think he does get maybe a little bit too much hate because he's not. It's true. It's not just Jim Ryan. He's the face right now, but it's a group of people. It's a group of people at Sony, group of executives whose job is to try to make the company as profitable as possible and make sure it grows. Jerome, you're saying, seriously, MBG, if Sony went all in on service and Xbox was still putting out games like Fable and Hellblade 2 and I don't know, you're saying maybe 3, would you consider to switch back over? You go where the games are. I don't blame you. I mean, dude, look, here's the reality. And it sounds ridiculous to say this, but I'll just put it this way. If like 6 years from now, not 6 years, it would have to be longer than that. If like 8 to 10 years from now, Sony has 0 single player games in production and they only have live service games and that's all they're supporting. And Microsoft is like releasing single player games from their studios onto, Xbox and their services. Yeah, I'd probably be spending a lot of time on Xbox and I'd be probably talking up their single player games. But that sounds crazy to you, doesn't it? To me, that sounds crazy. Like, if that day were to ever come, there would have to be a lot of events leading up to that. There would be a lot that would happen that would paint a clear picture. But it has happened before for other publishers, unfortunately. The Outlier is saying, I like Herman. I agree that he is probably the barrier between the studios and corporate. Yeah, and he is. And that's his job. And that's why it's probably a very stressful job, because, that's where I feel like, there's just a lot that I think Herman Holst probably has to balance. And I try to put my faith in him. Again, I am happy that Herman is the one in charge of PlayStation Studios ultimately because he is a creative, and he knows what it's like to be on the ground floor. So, it'd be interesting if one day Herman rose to the ranks of where Jim Ryan is today. That would be interesting. I wonder what PlayStation would look like then, Sorry to say Sony stockholders are the boss. Yeah, and that's what's interesting is that's why like when you look at Sony's earnings reports and they're talking directly to the stockholders, it's live service. And maybe that's another reason why, because they it gets investors excited. The prospect of that live service money. But I don't want to make it look. I don't want to make it sound like Sony is in this position because they're not. Like Sony is still supporting and exploring a lot of different things. They're doing single player games bigger and better than ever before. They're supporting new IP. They're supporting indies. They're supporting single player indie games. They're doing PlayStation VR 2. So again, I'm not trying to doom and gloom. PlayStation as of right now is doing great. I guess all I'm trying to say is I don't want to see anything ruin that. That's all. And Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying MBG, you put a spoiler in your video. Please try not to do it again. I'm planning to marathon Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul later, or haven't watched them yet. Luckily, don't know what was happening. I apologize, man. I didn't even think of that. Hopefully, you don't know the full context, but my bad, Zanarkand Blitzer. I didn't even think of that. I guess I just assumed, foolishly, that everybody's already seen Breaking Bad. But my apologies, man. My apologies. And it's funny because I don't ever do clips like that really anymore. All right, well, I'm going to move on to the final topic, which is my update on Final Fantasy VII Remake. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, there isn't too much to say, mainly because I feel like things in the game have slowed down a lot for me, but mainly because I did some side stuff. Oh, they're doing it. They're getting ready to fight. Can you guys see it? You know what, actually? I don't know. Now, can you guys, I don't know if you guys can see it clearly or not. They're going to do it. They're going to battle. It's going to happen. Come on. Now they're cleaning each other. I know you guys are going to do it. Go ahead. They're getting all shy now. All right. I guess they're not. I guess they're like, they're gonna be all sweet to each other and kiss each other, clean each other. All right. Sorry, yeah. Or they mating, dude. That's the thing is like, it looks like Boss was about to get a little inappropriate there. Yeah, it looked like Boss was about to make this not such a. I mean, this stream was already not child friendly, but you know what I mean. All right, well, if they start going, I swear they're messing around right now. Like they're trying to act all cool for the camera. They're like, oh yeah, we're nice to each other, dude. These guys are going at it constantly, like freaking out on each other, busting each other's balls. All right, getting back. Sorry, I thought it was going to happen. One day it will. Getting back to Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I'm on chapter 17 now, and I'm happy to report that I took the steps. I took the stairs, and it wasn't as bad as some people made it sound, but yeah, it was pretty egregious. But I am glad that I took the stairs because it was, it was pretty cool and pretty entertaining to hear the banter. Barrett really made me laugh because he just kind of started to lose his mind towards the end there. And I just thought it was so funny how when you took the steps and you went up 59 damn floors manually, I thought it was pretty awesome that it was subtle, but I appreciate it, where there's just like a good minute of them just sitting there bent over, like panting. And I will say I almost didn't take the stairs because I thought that they were going to present it like an option, like take the stairs, yes or no or whatever. But you actually had to like navigate yourself to the steps, because I almost took the elevator. And when I saw it, William, you're saying the elevator's fun too. I'll have to check that out. I will. I mean, there's definitely things I missed. I think everybody misses it because you have to make different decisions. But I had to see the stairs for myself. I wanted to know how bad it was. And I got to admit, it was a little bit more than I thought. I'm like, damn, they're actually making us go up 59 damn flights of steps. That's whack. But I enjoyed it. And so what I did was I also did all of the challenges in the, what is it? It's like the VR training section, and I wanted to make sure to do all of them. They were a little bit tougher. Some of them were than I was expecting. As an Arcan, you're saying, told you, MBG, you chose right with the stairs. I could totally understand though why people are saying don't choose the stairs. I totally get that as well. Like, I totally get why people are like, bro, just take the elevator, don't suffer. It did remind me to a degree of the Metal Gear Solid 3 ladder sequence though, but not. I feel like they're pretty much like, they're kind of on par with one another. Like, they're just like ridiculously long climbs. But I feel like with Final Fantasy is a lot more humorous, whereas with Metal Gear Solid 3 it was more about, setting the tone and the atmosphere. Jerome, you're saying, will you play more RPGs now after Final Fantasy VII Remake? Probably, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm going to go crazy, but I will say I'm interested in Final Fantasy 16, and that's not something I thought I would be saying. So that right off the bat is like, yeah, But right now I'm at a part where I'm chasing Hojo, which I think, I don't know why, I just think that his name's funny. And yeah, I'm kind of getting a better idea of Shinra and the people running it. And I don't know how much, I can't imagine much is left because, oh yeah, and I met the guy Red. He's not a guy. I mean, he talks like a guy, but that was very, like, I didn't expect that. He just seems to now be part of my group, the party now. And I'm assuming that at no point I won't be able to like play with him as a party member. But it was just cool that like I thought he was just going to be like a random enemy or boss encounter or something. But he seems to be part of the group now. And, it's just like another personality just kind of hopping on board. And that was very unexpected to me. And I'm interested to know more about him because he seems to also... Oh, yeah, and dude, I got to that part where Cloud... And this really, I got so interested, and then I feel like it let me down a little bit. I'm going to be honest. Like I feel like at this point I'm being teased a little too much, and I'm really hoping that there's some payoff coming soon, because I got to that part where they're like on the bridge, in Shinra, and I'm trying to understand like what's going on with Cloud, where he's like mother, and like I don't know if I'm correct about this. but I'm getting the vibe, and please, I'm not going to look at the chat. So if anybody spoils it in the chat, like if I am right, I don't want to know. mods, just remove anybody or delete anything that might spoil it. I'm getting the vibe that there's like, I'm in this lab with this Professor Hojo, and they're creating all this stuff, and the flashbacks that Cloud is having, I just get this feeling that he was like not I heard him say like, you're not just a soldier or something like that, and I'm beginning to think like, was he created by Shinra or created by something there or something like that? That's the vibe I get. I don't know if that's correct or not. I could be way off the mark, but yeah, a touching reunion, and I thought it was really cool because Cloud, and I don't know, like, is Sephiroth fucking real or not? What's going on with this guy? Because like, I feel like at first Cloud was the only one who could see him, and then when he was on the bridge, it kind of came off as like everybody could see him, and then Cloud was like, "Are you really there?" And then he's like, "I'm gonna go attack," and he runs at him, and he jumps and just immediately gets swatted down. And that's what disappointed me a little bit, because I thought this was going to be like the first time where I'm going to learn a little bit more about the Sephiroth guy and what's going on with Cloud's psyche and what's going on here. But then it was like, okay, back to the game. And I feel like they're teasing me more. And I'm like, all right, I'm very interested. And I'm learning, we're learning more about Aerith and the ancients and whatnot, and I gotta say, like, I really am digging how there's definitely like a deeper message here, which I appreciate. I'm picking it up where it's all about the planet and man and man's desire to just destroy and alter and potentially ruin for the sake of what we perceive to be progress. And in reality, it's just all a big machine. I appreciate it a lot. But I'm really trying to understand. Like, I guess at this point, my hope is, because I feel like I'm so close to the end, my hope is that I have at least one thing explained, like, pretty clearly about something. And maybe that one thing will just end up being Aerith and the Ancients. Like, I could see that, where it's like the only real thing you're going to know after the end of Remake going into Rebirth is that Aerith is an Ancient, and you learn more about the Ancient's backstory and her mother, and the Paradise, Promised Land. Obviously, there's a lot of commentary here on like religion and whatnot, which I think is very interesting. And I like that. I like the fact that they're not being in your face about it, but there is commentary here. Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying Red is a favorite of mine. Love his dynamic, or Red 13, I forgot that's his name, yeah. His dynamic with Barrett. You'll learn about his backstory later, and he'll be playable in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Oh, that'll be interesting. Cool. Yeah, dude, I feel like I'm beginning to feel the pain that maybe not every fan is feeling, because I know that people know, like, I guess I'm curious to know, those of you who know the original story, I almost feel like I wouldn't be as excited for Rebirth and potentially the third game if I knew the entire story already, but then again, I'm not entirely sure how much they're changing. Like, I don't know how exactly significant the changes are, but I do feel that I do feel like I'm beginning to experience that pain of, like, I know this game's coming to an end, and I know Rebirth isn't coming out till winter of 2023, and I feel like I'm going to be eagerly awaiting, like, getting more answers and making progress, because I have really grown. I have a fondness over these characters now. I do feel like I'm relating like more and more to Cloud, because I've spent so much time playing as him as the main character in this game. I'm still, appreciative of the side characters. I still love, and I like that you're saying that Red 13's dynamic with Barrett is good, because I did start to feel like, okay, now Barrett and Cloud are like shaking hands now, and they're becoming buddies, and that's cool. But like, it's subduing a little bit of the tension between them. And then so I did kind of get that feeling when Red 13 came in, where it's like now he's injecting a little bit more tension, maybe just a little bit. Like, I know, like, Barrett was, like, trying to give him a high five, and, you know, Red 13 just kind of, like, slapped him with his tail. He's like, what the hell? What was that for? You know, and I'm like, oh, let's see where this goes. But I have to say, the number one thing I'm most interested in, at this point in the game, and we'll see if this changes or not once I finish the game. Chapter 17, I'm literally just chasing that Hojo guy or trying to like hunt him down. So the thing I'm most interested in is learning about, believe it or not, like I'm interested in Shinra and what's going on, and there's clearly like something bigger going on, but I'm interested in learning about the Sephiroth and guy and what's going on with Cloud Psyche, because it's so weird. Like there's something there, like they're clearly making it known that there's something that went on that maybe Cloud remembers, maybe he doesn't. They're not showing it in his memories, but there's something there, and you're going to figure it out eventually. And I saw that one cutscene, right? I saw that one cutscene, and I feel like it kind of like went by me a little bit, but like where it showed an entire city being destroyed, and Sephiroth was there, and Cloud and Sephiroth are standing back to back, and I'm like, what the fuck? You know, I'm like, what is going on here? So I'm really interested in learning more about that for sure. And I also want to know if this like paradise or this promised land is actually a real thing or not. So, Jerome, you're saying the game ending changes the original, so it's all new. Okay. That makes sense. How to speedrun, you're saying the fact that Final Fantasy VII Remake is just 1/7 the length of the story in the 1997 original, it'll take them years to finish the complete remake. Part 3 is probably 2026. Holy shit. That's it? 1/7 of the game? I had no idea. That's crazy. All right, man. I'm excited. I'm glad. I'm really glad that I got into this game, because it would have really sucked as Rebirth eventually comes out and then the third part comes out to just miss out on that. And now I feel like, wow, I wouldn't have had the fear of missing out. I would have been just unaware. And so I'm glad that I can partake in this now. And Sewell, you're saying the only pain is waiting is to see what happens to X character that you haven't met yet. Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask you guys before I end this: is it necessary for me to play Crisis Core? Like, is that a thing I should do or not? Because I'm a little bit torn on that. Oh, I gotta tell you guys though, my head's starting to kill me. I'm gonna have to take some medicine. I don't know. Starting to get a headache today. Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying you're almost at the end of the game. Yuffie DLC will have the different perspective with Yuffie. Okay. All right. All right. See somebody saying no. Somebody says yes. Somebody says yes and no. Somebody says please no. Why please no? Somebody says big yes. Somebody says no, but play it. We'll see. I guess it'll depend on where I'm at in gaming at that time. Like if I'm looking for something to play and there's nothing else, maybe I will. But if I'm busy with other stuff, maybe I'll just put it on the back burner. Somebody says, yep, and the OG are absolutely necessary to enjoy the remake trilogy. All right, well, I think that's going to do it for this episode of the podcast, guys. I would talk about more, but at this point, I think I'm just going to focus on really trying to make sure I complete the game this week. Sewell, you're saying play Crisis Core will have a huge impact. Really? All right, yeah, maybe I'll consider it. But all right, guys, that's it, man. That was a podcast episode 3. Oh wow, oh my god, I didn't even realize I was at the 4-hour mark. Yeah, I gotta bounce now. My head's starting to kill me. I gotta rehydrate, refuel, maybe rest and relax a little bit too. But that's Press X podcast episode 118 in the books, guys. I really have to say I truly appreciate every single super chat and every single channel member. You guys are awesome. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but you know, you guys support the channel directly. You allow me to do this the way I do it, and I really sincerely am very grateful for that. So thank you for your support. Thank you for everybody who watches live and after the fact. Yeah, I think you guys are awesome. I think we have an awesome community. I want to do a quick member shout out. So we have the Play Has No Limits Plus tier. And I do want to say really quick, if you're somebody who just recently became a member the past couple of weeks or in the month of July, if your name isn't read aloud, don't worry, it will be added to August. And for as long as you stay a member, it will continue to be read each month you remain a member. So no worries there. But shout out to Junior Jackson, Josh Z, Agile Ice 24, Skin Tight Salmon, RU46 N2 Ray, Whiskey Gaming, Pragmaticat, Hidden Leaf Tutaka, and Nakamichi. And then we have the Play Has No Limits tier. Shout out to Rune Gasoden, Space Gambler Jr., Michael McCann, Karen, Black Waifus, Kevin Kihan, John Renzi, Zanarkan Blitzer, JDTV, Sir Speaks a Lot, A Shorty Faye, Big Norman 0518, Shaky Shako, Tyson Webb 509, Black Manta 1989, and Brandon Chad Perez. Thank you guys so much for going above and beyond to support me on a monthly basis. And finally, we have KD saying, absolutely play Crisis Core. You'll love it. All right. Well, I mean, it sounds like you guys are saying I should. So, I mean, if it's anywhere near as good as Final Fantasy VII Remake, I probably would love it. So, all right, guys. A big shout out to Devil Shooter as well. Devil Shooter, as I'm sure many of you know by now, does the timestamps on a weekly basis for the podcast, usually within the first 24 hours after the stream is done. And he does them very well, very in-depth, very helpful to me in the community here. So big shout out to you, Devil. Thank you for all you do for me in the community here. And if you see him in the comment sections, make sure you give him a thank you. But yeah, that's episode 118 done. We'll see what this next week holds for us. And yeah, I'll try to keep the content flowing. But that does it. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.